moments while everybody files in. Before we kick off our program today, this International Convention Center is a world-class facility. And one of the reasons at the CSIR that we have the unqualified audits that we have the safety record that we have, is that we take health, safety, quality, and everything that goes with it incredibly seriously. So here to give you the briefing for the safety and the use of the CSIR ICC, we have a representative of the conference center. I'm going to be like the captain on the aeroplane, and I'm going to ask you to please pay close attention, even if you've heard it before.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and a warm welcome to the CSIR International Convention Center. I'm VP Pretoria, Safety and Setup Coordinator of the center. Before you proceed, I'm just going to give you a couple of health protocols as well as evacuation protocols of the center. Kindly make use of our hand sanitizer stations located within the communal areas as well as the venues as frequently as possible. Should you fall ill or require medical attention, kindly report to the reception area whereby a first aid facility as well as qualified paramedics will be made available to you. In the unlikely event of an emergency, an alarm will sound throughout the building. Trained responders will give instructions on evacuation. Stay calm. Take only belongings that you can carry. Walk in an orderly manner, do not run. Responders will lead you to an emergency exit, then to the assembly point. Restrooms are available throughout the building. Please look out for signage. As this is a public building, please do not leave your valuables unattended. Free wireless internet access is available throughout the building. Please select free CSIR ICC on your device. No password is required. For assistance, please call on any of our staff members who will contact a technician to provide support. Thank you and enjoy your session.
I must say they do that so well. I always feel like I need to applaud. Okay, so let's kick off. I'm going to leave the official welcome to the man I politely referred to as my boss. So Nduvo will follow me and he will do the official welcome. So I'm going to just thank everybody for coming to start off with. And I'm going to welcome those who are online. I'm going to remind us that we do have a hybrid session going. So we do have people in the room who will be the Microsoft Teams host. And if there are questions, our panelists, etc., know that those questions may come up. So we may at times put that Teams meeting on the screen so that you can see you're being joined. I believe we've got over 50 people already online. The other thing that I would like to remind you of is that we are living in the social media generation, and my bonus depends on how many likes we get. I'm joking. But we would like you to engage with us on our social media platforms. My communication team will be putting slides up intermittently with QR codes, there we go, and links that you can follow. But most of you will have received an invitation to this or seen an advert to this event, which is why you're here, and in that you would have been able to go to the website. All else fails, go to the website, ncpc.co.za, and at the bottom you'll get links to our LinkedIn, our Facebook, I just can't call it X, our Twitter, sorry, Elon Musk, and all the other the platforms that we're on. The other thing you need to know is that we are doing a carbon footprint of this event. We have asked delegates in an email that you received to let us know where you're coming from. If you haven't done that, we're going to ask you to, during the course of the next 2 days, scan the QR code for the carbon footprint. It'll appear on multiple screens throughout the days. And go and fill in the form which tells us where you came from. Where did you drive or where did you fly from? Your biggest carbon footprint at an event is the travel that you took to get here. We will take care of the food and the lights and all that stuff. Please just let us know where you came from, then we can have a more accurate measure of the carbon footprint of this conference. So it falls to me now to hand over to the director of the NCPC. Before I do, I'm going to give a bit of context. The National Cleaner Production Centre has had the mandate from its core funder, Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, for the last 22 years to support industry to transition to a cleaner, greener, more resource-efficient way of doing business. In order to escalate that, we started quite actively, approximately 12 years ago now, with awareness and communication in mainstreaming into industry and the public. And for that reason, we started a conference every 2 years. The first one was held in 2013. If I look around the room, I get 4 or 5 people who've been at all of them. Obviously, there was an interruption for COVID, but we forged forward nonetheless, and in 2022, we had our most recent conference. So welcome to the 6th biennial conference of the NCPC South Africa. Today, we also welcome the industrial parks community because the International Conference on Eco-Industrial Parks and Areas, I need to say both because different organizations call it different names. That will be hosted here in Diamond tomorrow, but their first session kicks off in Ruby after afternoon tea. So we welcome them. We're so excited to have it together with our conference this year. It adds a whole new dimension. And as you hear from the speakers throughout the day, industrial spaces are incredibly important to the sustainability journey. So Nduvo, where are you? He's here. Okay. With that, I'd like to introduce Mr. Nduvo Rapulu. He has been the director of the NCPC since 2006, so yes, he knows his stuff, and it's under his leadership that we are here today.
Good morning, everyone. And when she mentions the years, I'm thinking, doesn't necessarily mean experience. Good to be a fossil, however. Allow me to recognize your presence and welcome you. It's a pleasure to host you for the next 2 days, and for some of you it's now 3 days, because we were here yesterday for the whole day. But for the purpose of these 2 days, if you allow, not necessarily in order of importance, but because the focus of the 6th biannual conference is specifically because of the projects that we are undertaking with these stakeholders. Allow me to just mention most of them, starting with UNIDO, SECO, GIZ, NBI, SANEDI, Green Cape, the Flanders, the Belgium government. We have colleagues from other NCPCs in the continent and from Latin America and Europe and Asia. We also have strategic national government departments here like DFFE, DWS, Department of Electricity and Energy, and the provincial departments. Yesterday we spent most of the day with Gauteng, Limpopo, Free State, Eastern Cape, Mpumalanga, and Northern Cape and Northwest Province. And there are industrial parks, and there are management teams, and the provincial economic development agencies that are responsible for the 12 industrial parks where we are doing our pilot works. I appreciate your presence this morning. We also have our host and our managers in the CSIR. I won't say much because Dr. Sitlapelo is going to introduce that part just after me. The essence of the NCPC and relevant to this event is we were tasked to facilitate the transition of the Republic of South Africa's economy or industry to a low carbon and climate resilient economy. And this event, in my mind, had 4 expectations or outcomes that I'm expecting. The first one is that we're going to share with you the case studies coming out of the work we have been doing for the last 3 years, since the last conference, The second one is that we're going to show you that it is possible to transit from a heavy mechanical climate economy to a low carbon one, sustainable for that matter. And we also want to create an opportunity every second year where we bring all the stakeholders together, and we want to create an opportunity for networking between the engineering and environmental consulting industry and industries or companies that are present in the room, and also interact with the CSIR. We want to also invite you to use this week to give us inputs into the work that we are presenting and our stakeholders are presenting. When you attend sessions, we try and have the different stakeholders or NCPCs and project partners globally and in South Africa or in the continent to share with us their lessons. And from that, we are hoping that we will be able to solicit your inputs, your participation, so we can begin to build new knowledge, a body of knowledge with regard to the methodologies and the tools that we are testing and we are working with. If you are interested in having a closer relationship with the National Cleaner Production Center of South Africa, our website, www.ncpc.co.za. It's very much up to date. It's also interactive, so you could speak to us and you would get instant response from our, I'm looking at the person who's in charge. She says it won't respond, so it's not smart yet. So one of our projects will be getting the site to be smart enough. But there is an opportunity to send communication or messages through the website, and there's someone who sits and interact with that. We are managed by the CSIR, and they provide the sustainability that our funders and our donors, including the South African government, National Treasury, confidence that everything about us is in compliance with the Public Finance Management Act. I want to ask you to join me in welcoming Dr. Bethwell Sitlapelo. He is the Executive Director for CSIR Smart Place Cluster, where the NCPC is hosted, to just come and welcome us and share with us
Hi, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not going to take time in terms of the recognition of the participants. I think Mr. Rafulu did a sterling job. So my responsibility was to welcome you, but I thought the best way of welcoming you is to share with you about what the CSR is all about. So, the CSR is about 79 years old this year. It was put together by an act of parliament and has a responsibility to conduct directed research in a multidisciplinary way. Actually, I can offer that the CSR is one of the most multidisciplinary institutions in South Africa in that regard. So it conducts research, development, and innovation with the public sector, with the private sector, with civil society, to attend to the different challenges that South Africa has. And therefore, just to underpin what I've just said, our vision is to accelerate socio-economic prosperity in South Africa using leading-edge innovation. And if you look at our mission, it's quite clear that we won't do that alone. We do that collaboratively. We don't only develop technological solutions, but we also localize imported technology and produce knowledge solutions for the sustainability of industry and society. Again, to underpin what we do, we are governed by a set of values that we espouse to, and these values are mnemonicked in the name EPIC, and I'm not going to go through them in detail, but these values include excellence, people-centeredness, integrity, and collaboration. And indeed, the hosted programs, the two hosted programs that are hosting this conference, the NCPC and NFTN, collaborate with the CSIR and are embedded within the cluster called Smart Places, which I'll talk to in a bit. But again, back to the CSIR. The CSIR has a number of strategic objectives, 5 of them. The first one being to conduct research, development, and innovation, to produce transformative technologies and accelerate their diffusion, whilst doing that with the aim of improving competitiveness of industry. And therefore, we have a vested interest in the discussions that will happen today. Further on, our work enjoins us to support a capable state. The next strategic objective is the building and the transformation of the human capital base and infrastructure. The last strategic objective is, whilst we are doing that, we diversify our own income and maintain financial sustainability and good governance. And I'll talk a little bit about good governance. Without spending too much on the slide that you see here, you can appreciate that the CSIR is quite a large organization, over 2,000 staff members, but note that the asset base is over 1,500. What is it that we have as outputs or produce to indicate the type of work that we do? You can see our outputs range from publications, priority patents, new technology demonstrators, license agreements, to projects that produce solutions, as I've indicated before, to support a capable state. And the CSIR takes adherence to governance legislation very seriously. We are now in our 15th year of a clean audit as an institution. The operating model of the CSIR is premised on 3 divisions. The first one being advanced chemistry and life sciences. The second one being advanced production and security. And the last one being smart society. I belong to the last division, smart society. And each of these divisions has got 3 clusters. The cluster that I lead is Smart Places, and is a cluster that I want to focus a little bit just to share with you some of the work that we do that lend itself to the relevance of the themes of these 2 days conference, being circular economy and sustainability. But before I do that, let me share with you the business model of the CSIR. So, as I've indicated, as I was going through the mandate of the CSIR, one of the things that we do is to develop technology that is bespoke to particular challenges in the country, not only in South Africa, but also in Africa and the rest of the world. And we produce products that manifest themselves in terms of licensing to go into the market. Or we develop custom solutions for particular clients, or we produce evidence-based decision support systems or platforms that could be IT-based. We have a number of national facilities where we can test and evaluate technologies or solutions. We also host programs, and I gave an example of the National Cleanup Production Center, which is hosting you. But we also incubate industry development, especially from SMMEs. I've talked about one of the modalities that we get our technological solutions out to the market is through technology licensing. But we also are involved in human capital development with regards to specialized training. And lastly, we provide highly specialized services. In my cluster, we would like to think of ourselves as we are in the business of using science, technology, and innovation to bring harmony to the natural environment and the built environment, including human activities, for social, economic, and ecological sustainability, for public good, and for industry development. My cluster has got 7 units, if I may call them that we call impact areas. I'm not going to talk at length on them, as I've indicated. The unit that is hosting you is called Industry Support Programs, which has 2 key programs, the National Cleanup Production Center and the National Foundry Technology Network. Next slides, I will give you a semblance or a sample of some of the technological solutions we are working on, we have worked on in partnership with stakeholders. Let me start with this technology, and it's from the impact area called Functional Building Infrastructure. And it's a technology that descends the challenge in the built environment, where we know that as South Africa, the slow delivery of infrastructure, noting the cost of the Portland, ordinary Portland cement. Also, the issue of a large carbon footprint with regards to the operations in OPC, cement manufacturing. And therefore, we set to look at these challenges and provide solutions. In that regard, we came up with a technology underpinned by what we call the vertical shaft kiln, the VSK technology, and we are piloting this technology at Ecindustria. Some of the attributes of the technology is that we call it the green cement, which reduces the carbon footprint by up to 40% and lower the use of the OPC clinker by about 40%. And our tests indicate that our green cement is on par with regards to the important attributes of durability and strength. Further on, this technology is lowering the production cost for cement by about 30%. And lastly, on this, the technology is also lowering CAPEX cost associated with the manufacture of OPC. The next technology is a technology coming from the impact area called sustainable ecosystems. If you live in coastal areas, especially like the Western Cape, you understand that from time to time, there's what is called harmful algal blooms. We determined that as a challenge because it has a sizable impact on the economy, on the fishing industry. For an example, the lobster loss, when there's a large algal bloom event, ranges from 200 to 2,000 tons of lobster lost, with an estimated cost of up to 80 million US dollars. And therefore, we looked at this as a challenge, and as a response, we then came up with a satellite-based image analysis technology, also using AI, where we developed a software that can look at the situation and provide a decision support system or tool for the fisheries and the aquaculture industry. In the impact area called holistic climate change, we contend with the fact that climate change is real, climate change is impactful, and we need solutions as a country to contend with climate change. And therefore, we developed a climate change prediction system which provides customers with a reliable climate change focused intelligence at the seasonal resolution. And in all of these technologies, I've got the contact details of the people that head those impact areas. From the energy point of view, as you know, and these are some of the things that you are going to be discussing in this conference, we know in South Africa we are a coal-based energy provision country, and therefore decarbonization is key for us. As you may know, South Africa, we have an obligation to reduce greenhouse gases up to 320 metric tons of carbon dioxide by 2030 and 45% by 2050. ESCOM is contending with electricity provision challenges, and going forward, it's looking at reducing their fleet generation by about 10 gigawatt by 2030. But we know in South Africa, as we move towards renewable energy, we are creating a negative technology balance of payment, which we need to start contending with. And I've got the figures there just indicating the growth of the imports with regards to solar panels, lithium batteries, and inverters in 2023 and 2022. So like you can see that there's a huge amount of these components that has increased in those 2 years. We know as South Africa, in order to ensure that most of the country is covered with regards to energy provision, there's a need for us to develop and make available small-scale embedded generation. And one of the things that you'll be discussing is carbon tax. And in the Energy Center at the CSIR, we are also contending with this. So, the CSIR then, in recognizing the evolution in the energy sector, put together 2 laboratories. I'll first start with the PV module testing lab. We put together this laboratory to assist industry to ensure the quality of the PV modules that get to be imported into South Africa. and we have incorporated artificial intelligence into determining defects. The next one is we established an indoor energy storage test bed. We do the same as we do for the PV modules. This laboratory has been recently established in 2023 in partnership with Vito of Flanders. From the water side, as a South African, you would understand that acid mine drainage is quite a challenge, because also exacerbated by mining activities. We know that at the moment there's no really pragmatic and efficient solution to AMD, and the AMD solutions that are available today also need to deal with high sludge production, which has not yet been sorted out. So as a response, the CSIR then developed a technology, or is developing a technology. It's not yet in the market per se, called the AMD solution with a circular economy focus, where this technology, we have proven that it reduces sludge generation, the brine treatment using membrane filtration, and enhances the efficiency of the treatment operation, also offsets operating costs associated with AMD. But more in particular, we are able to recover valuable minerals, rare earth elements, sulfuric acid, and most importantly, water. This other technology from the water center is where we treat wastewater, and we valorize wastewater byproducts to produce biogas. And therefore, we are hoping that this will then improve the sustainability of wastewater treatment works. Lastly, from water, we know that the water provision grid does not reach all angles in the country, and therefore we have developed what we call a decentralized wastewater treatment system, DWATS, which we coupled with a chemical-free sanitation technology in order to reach out to the far-flung areas in the country. Lastly, in my presentation, and I've talked a little bit about this, and hosting in smart places of these two important programs of the DTIC, Department of Trade, Industry and Competition. What is the relevance of these two with regards to the CSIR and smart places? As you know, NCPC is focusing on resource efficiency, water, energy, and waste. And therefore, it has found a good home, not only in smart places, but within the CSIR, and therefore we work in a collaborative manner with the NCPC to contribute towards the fulfillment of the mandate of the DTIC. The second program, we also do the same, the NFTN, in terms of supporting the revival of the foundry industry in the country. With that, ladies and gentlemen, you are welcome to South Africa, you are welcome to the CSIR, and I hope you will take, you'll have some take-homes from the presentation that I've made. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Setlapelo Bethwell. Okay, so you guys are going to get really, really bored if we don't sort of flash things in front of you every now and again. I don't know, looking around the room, I'm pretty sure I'm not the only parent of a teenager. So there needs to be movement, there needs to be things keeping your attention. So every now and again, during the next 2 days, we're going to be using a platform called Mentimeter to pop a couple of quizzes in front of you. No one's going to hold any of your answers against you. Everything is completely anonymous. If no Poppy Act has been breached. But we're just going to ask you a couple of questions, just to engage with the audience, just to get a sense of what people are thinking. I mean, maybe we're having this conference and we think everyone's concerned about decarbonisation. Maybe you don't. It doesn't actually cross your minds from one day to the next. Well, like, what are these guys talking about? We want to know this. So do us a favor, when you see those popping up on the screen from time to time, if a host says, listen, won't you go and answer a couple of questions, just pop out your phones and do that. As you heard earlier today, if you've got data challenges, there is a free Wi-Fi. Then on the back of your tag, there is the QR code, which will take you to the NCPC's website. And known devor, there's not someone sitting there all the time. I don't think the CSIR would allow a salary for someone to do that, and I don't think we've got a bot yet. So, but we will get back to people as quickly as we can. But for today and tomorrow, we've got a page dedicated to this event that has got the program, it's got the carbon footprint questions, it's going to have links, and it will be updated throughout the day. So if you go there and there's something missing, then it should be later during the day. We do have printed programs as well. If you didn't receive one at registration, our team on the sides, they will have them, but also we didn't print so many that everyone would have one, because guess what? We're a resource efficiency program. And so just feel free to please leave that on the table so that people can refer to it. Okay, now you're going to be listening to the people you came to listen to and not to me. So I'm going to ask my plenary panel if you would come up onto the stage and take your seats. I'm going to let Mike facilitate the introduction of the panel members, but today our plenary discussion is facilitated by the CEO of Green Cape and currently a CSIR board member, Mr. Mike Mulcahy, and I did have to ask him how to say that before the session. So Mike has been a long-standing partner and friend of the NCPC, and Green Cape has been established in the Western Cape to do very similar work to what we do on a national level. We don't we cross over a bit. We actually support one another here and there, and we felt that this was a really sort of good integration. And people often say, well, you're different to Green Cape, so here today we're answering you. Today we're both here on the stage, we're both talking the language, and Mike is going to lead you through a panel discussion about the impacts of decarbonisation and carbon on industry. I see Prof. Mark is coming down there. Come on, can have a seat. I thought maybe if I talked you wouldn't have to watch them all. Now we're going to watch them all. Okay, let me know when you're ready, Mike. And then while they get settled, I'll mention one more thing. We have a couple of organizations who are partners who have got little exhibition spaces. If you'd like to have a word with UNIDO, with the Global Eco-Industrial Parks Program, with the NFTN, with obviously the NCPC, and also then with the CSIR's scientists and researchers that do that cool green cement, they've got some exhibition spaces outside. Mike, I think I've filled up enough airtime. It's over to you.
Thanks very much, Julie, and thank you very much to the team at the CSIR and NCPC for hosting us this morning. It's wonderful to be here, and it's an absolute pleasure to be able to facilitate this incredible panel. We're going to be talking about carbon, and in particular industry, what's happening, why it's happening, and how we can be thinking about this to be resilient and competitive into the future. Perhaps to set the scene, I think this room will all be aware that the trajectory of growth that the world has used historically is incompatible with long-term success for humans as a species. So this is the macro challenge that we face over the next decades, and it is the challenge that many countries are trying to solve. and it's what the original thinking around CBAM was trying to support. There's been a lot of conversations about CBAM over the last 5 or 6 years, and I think it's really important for us to try to practically, specifically and materially locate CBAM in the South African context. In a second, I'll ask Henrik from Hulamin to open this conversation for us to try to locate, as a large household manufacturing name in South Africa, what does this mean for their business? What was the thought process that they've gone through to try to make sense of it? And what are some of the actions that they've taken to walk through this journey of complexity? And Hulamin really is kind of first through the gate from a South African perspective for dealing with CBAM. Henrik, over to you, please.
Good. Thank you very much. And good morning to everybody. Mike asked me to just start with a brief introduction of who Hulamin is, for those that don't know us. So we are an aluminium rolling mill. We produce aluminium flat-rolled products. This could be household foil of down to 0.07 millimeter thick, up to 60 millimeter thick heat-treated plates for manufacturing industry. Beverage cans, your normal cool drink cans, the body is one of our products, and the lid is another major product. So we export roughly 50% or a little bit more than 50% of our total production outside of South Africa. The reason for building a large industry in South Africa that caters for more than the local market is that you have to have a certain level of production before you become efficient. And in terms of world manufacturers, Hulamin is really small. So, but we still export 50%. So also into automotive, heat exchanger products, etc. So we produce aluminium sheet of all shapes and sizes, thicknesses, alloys, and different markets. I have a background in engineering, being engineering manager in a company. So the fact that I'm here today to talk about sustainability is something that just crept onto my desk over the last 8 years or so. And today we talk about how the world has changed around manufacturing, and specifically with CBAM, and how that is impacting industry. And us specifically as an exporter, something like 22% of our revenue in last year came from the European Union. And therefore, when they introduced CBAM measures, then it definitely affects an exporter like ourselves. So I think most people understand that South Africa have a carbon-based or a coal-based electricity supply, which means that we are probably the biggest emitters of greenhouse gas emissions from our electricity grid in the world, I think. So our products, when they go into the EU, we started becoming aware of this, me personally, only by about 2020, when I started attending the European Commission, started having what they called town hall meetings and so on, with experts in South Africa that were already well versed. But that was my first engagement with the topic, understanding where they're heading. And then, of course, the legislation got brought in draft form and eventually got declared law. And so I would say that from about 2020 onwards is when my journey started with understanding where the European market is moving with protecting their local economy, is what they're saying, leveling the playing field, because they have an energy trading system which is accounting for the carbon or the greenhouse gas emissions rather of their local producers, and they have to level the playing field for people importing. And that's where we then come into place. So the journey for us was to first of all understand what does it mean, what do they want us to report, and what is it going to cost for our importers if they buy our products. So our technical product team had to go and look at what does the common or the combined nomenclature codes that are part of these legislation, what do they specify? And they identified that our products, all of the aluminium products that we do, fall into 10 different CN codes when you export them into the EU. So now that we know which codes those are maybe low alloy metals, very thin gauge foil, low alloy metals of a higher gauge, can body stock, can end stock, plates of alloyed metal of different thickness ranges. So you've got your 10 codes. What do they want you to report? Well, they want to know exactly what is your scope 1 emissions embedded in that ton of metal that you sell. We sell our products, we sell mostly in coil format, so coils around about 10, 12 tons of weight. So when we export that coil, couple of coils to a customer somewhere in Europe, they want to know in which CN code does this coil fall. We have to identify it falls in that CN code. We then have to tell them what is the embedded scope 1 emissions. That is the emissions that we emit on our factory site in Pietermaritzburg, and it mostly comes from the burning of fuel gas, in our case LPG and natural gas, 50-50 roughly. How much did we produce, or how much did we consume in the production of this 1 ton of that metal? Not overall for the factory, but that alloy, that metal during that quarter. Because if you change over quarters, you also have to account for that. So we had to think, how are we going to develop that ability to report that? And then the second factor is you also have to report on your scope 2 emissions, which is what is embedded in your electricity consumption. And so you have to account for every kilowatt hour used in the production of that 1 ton of metal that you export. Now, in a factory like ours with 50 to 80 different processes and maybe 200 different combinations of alloys and thicknesses, etc., going through different combinations of processes, they all follow different routes to get to an end product. So there's no formula that you can apply universally to every product. And every alloy takes on the same process of, let's say, hot rolling, of getting the slab down into a coil. It will consume maybe double the electric energy for a hard alloy than for a soft alloy. So you have to account for all these differences. Fortunately, we were able to envisage how we're going to do this, because in 2019, it was the last time that I attended a conference here as a resource efficiency discussion. We said that we are developing a system, and we were piloting our first plant during that phase, where we said that we are, through our process monitoring systems, we are going to understand exactly when a coil starts being processed on a certain processing line and when it stops, and we will take the meter readings of the gas that was consumed during that process and the electricity consumed, and we called it our per lot resource consumption system. The idea was that we want to track every alloy going through the different machines and see where we are wasteful, where there's differences. If you have 3 machines that do the same thing, if you process a coil through, it's more efficient than through these 2, so what are you doing different here? Driven by a resource efficiency initiative, we started implementing a measurement system. 2020 came, and we understood that now there's a requirement for CBAM reporting. So in 2021, we started rethinking our whole strategy, and the whole year of 2022 was basically spent on, rather than focusing on where we use the most energy and trying to improve resource efficiency, get an energy balance across our whole factory for gas and for our main resources, gas and electricity, so that what comes in through the kilowatt hour meter from Eskom is accounted and allocated to all our products, so that you have an energy balance. Because for CBAM reporting, that's the most important thing. You need to be able to accurately allocate all of your energy to each of your products that leave the gate. So rather than focus on where the most energy goes and what happens there and try and optimize it, the focus was spread on balancing it across the company for electricity and for gas. Metering rollout, we spent maybe 1-2% of our annual bill for electricity and for gas over the last 3 years on improving metering across our site. So that was the major thing. All of the systems that go together with that and all of the reporting that you then have to build to say, I've got a discrepancy. What happened? Why did I allocate more energy than what I actually used? And you see that there was rework or this or that, and you figure out how your system needs improvement until you get your energy balance right. So that was 2020, 2022. 2023, last year, we spent the first 3 quarters of the year preparing to report that in the specific EU format that they require CBAM reporting in, which is basically a spreadsheet. It's a normal Excel spreadsheet of a certain format, but you need to follow the rules of how you calculate what you fill into each of those sections. So we focused on getting our systems to extract the data from all of the 200,000 tons of metal that we produce, extract the customers that are in Europe, split it into the CN codes, fill it into the spreadsheet in a format so that we have an automated system to extract it from a manufacturing system data and populate the Excel spreadsheet, and then complement it with things like what do we pay for carbon tax in South Africa, because that gets deducted from what you have to pay into Europe. And then, so that was the first 3 quarters of last year. And then in Q4 last year, we actually had to submit, by the end of Q4, we had to submit the report for Q4 of last year. And we were able to do that by the end of January this year. So that was our first report handed in. And the templates have changed in the meantime. I think we're on revision 3 now, so every quarter we now report the tonnages exported, per CN code, all of the details. It includes our embedded carbon footprint coming from our suppliers of metal, our suppliers of alloying elements, and all the other factors that make part of that. So that's basically the journey we've been on since 2020.
Thanks so much, Henrik. I think what you can hear is that there are companies that are organizing themselves to be able to continue to remain competitive with these new requirements from CBAM. It sounds like a tremendous amount of effort has gone into being able to comply with the rules and regulations, with a tremendous amount of complexity and uncertainty if you're on revision 3 of the template. So as the template changes, I expect everything needs to change to be able to comply with the updated template. The main point of asking Henrik to lead is to try to locate this in the real world, in real South Africa, in industrial companies today. This isn't something that's still coming in the future. It's something that companies are having to deal with in the immediate. Shamila, I'll come to you in a second. Shamila is the CEO of the NBI and previously was with the JSE on sustainability, but representing a wide spectrum of businesses in South Africa, some of which will be next in line for CBAM. Obviously, with aluminium being in the first set of compliance, Hulamin is kind of first through the gate. Shamila, there's a CBAM, there's the Climate Change Act that's got sectoral emission targets. There seems to be a lot of complexity emerging in the space around reporting, compliance, and trying to ensure that companies can adjust their businesses to comply. Are there some key messages that you're hearing from your members, and what are the key messages that the NBI would like to bring to a forum like this?
Thanks, Mike, and good morning, everybody. Thank you for the invitation to be here, and it's a pleasure to be here.
Should we just check if the mic is on?
Testing. Is it coming through?
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. Morning, everybody. Thank you, Mike, and it's a pleasure to be here. So thank you for the invitation. I think Hendrik sketched for us already the practicalities, and from there you probably could already surmise some of what I was going to say. So certainly it is a concern. And I think it's from the point of concern that a number of companies are coming in, because whilst we're still in the process of understanding what, for example, the negotiations need to bring, common but differentiated responsibility, CBAM sort of come up, and I think the biggest concern has been that it's a very much a unilateral measure. And that is what is the big concern. And how do we then adjust to that if we haven't, for example, even landed the right amounts of finance flows that we know we need as a support for a country? But the reality is that measures like CBAM are not going to stop there. We're already seeing those coming up in other jurisdictions already. We've got the UK, we've got Canada. And so there's a very real challenge to our export markets and those sectors that are exposed and who have a high carbon footprint. So as you can imagine, I think, Mike, one of the biggest sort of shifts we're starting to see and have seen already quite quickly has been, first and foremost, how do we start decarbonizing the energy mix and what we're using as companies. And so you're starting to see a lot of companies trying to produce renewable energy or at least source renewable energy. We've certainly seen a huge amount of money flow from the private sector into investments in renewables. So that's the first place where we're seeing some of that change happen. Partially driven just out of necessity, right? And we see what's happened with load shedding over the last number of years. Basic business survival has actually been the first priority. Right? It would be a luxury to produce and be able to sell somewhere else, but just being able to produce and stay alive in the first place. So that is one of the challenges that has been front and center for companies, is just survival in the current context. So part of that shift that we're seeing into almost energy independence in some ways has been actually driven by security in the first place, and then of course coupled with what we're seeing as the challenge then is that if we want to be competitive, we want to maintain those markets, then we need to start having that. We're starting to see also a lot, not starting, but already a lot of conversations happening, trying to ensure that from a national perspective, from a government level, that those conversations are happening with trading partners and negotiating and understanding the standpoint as a country. So I'm starting, deliberately at the very high level, Mike, because it does talk to the climate change regime, the discussions that we're having. I'm sure Prof. Swilling will pick up on some of that, and what it's going to cost us to be able to finance the transition that the country has to undertake. The other thing that we're seeing is certainly the acceptance that the transition is going to happen. It's happened already in many spaces and will continue. What we need to then take control over is what we're doing to react and what we're doing to create the enabling environment for our industries to not only survive but to thrive, and to take the great opportunities that we also can see that can come off a transition to a greener economy. Hendricks made very clear some of the pain that we're facing up front in being able to do that. And if you can imagine those industries and those companies that don't necessarily have the finance and the fiscal room balance sheet to be able to support the kinds of investments that might be needed to do rapid decarbonization, you can see where a lot of the concerns and the risks lie. And hence the broader conversation on the need for a just transition. And so being able to understand what that means, and of course bringing up the social context that we have in our country, the massive issues we have with unemployment, with inequality and with poverty, and needing to solve for multiple things at the same time. And so the need to understand what is the pace that we can manage, but understanding that these forces are greater than us in some ways. We are a small open economy, but we also have huge opportunity. The basic ingredients needed for being able to support a shift to a greener economy we have. We actually have fantastic capability in relation to research, in relation to innovation, energy, building systems and things like that. We have a young population that needs to be employed. There are, from the modeling, for example, that the NBI has done, is that there's a lot of opportunities sitting in that transition. And not only, for example, is a trajectory to net zero by 2050 possible, but is also potentially jobs positive if we move with the right enabling environment, the incentives, and the policy framework that will allow for those transitions. At the same time, we need to hold our line as a country in relation to the national negotiations, the international negotiations, to ensure that the money that we need to support that transition flows, which also means that we need to be clear about what our needs are. And this is where a collaborative, collective approach is absolutely imperative. As private sector, as government, we really need to understand what is going to be needed. Private sector is going to shoulder a lot of that responsibility, and so its need to be able to understand is going to be critical. So then to answer a little bit more on that question, Mike, we're seeing those investments in cleaner technology and renewable energy. We're certainly seeing a lot of, and perhaps not immediately obvious, but the search for the right skill sets. As you can imagine, it takes different skill sets to help companies understand how this can happen. And then, of course, we're seeing the leveraging of a lot of existing technologies in some of those industrials who are wanting to pivot to be able to make the shift and saying, what can we use as our basis already? I mean, a company like Sasol is a massive industrial, is pivoting using existing assets, for example, from shifting from a grey hydrogen to a green hydrogen. And how can you do that? So it's using what we have as considerable basis in terms of knowledge and expertise and pivoting, but looking also for those new skills. And that's tremendously exciting, I think, when we're sitting in a discussion today as to how do we then transition the skills base in our country? How do we ensure that our young people are really future fit into these kinds of opportunities that will pose really great opportunities, not only here, but also potentially create a skills base for the continent and other places in the world. And these are the opportunities that we need to see and move quickly on. We're also seeing a lot more investment in the research and development, but that again, I have to say again, is constrained against just trying to recover from what we've seen in terms of the big investments that had to flow into just ensuring energy security. So a more coordinated approach as a country and the enabling environment will allow for that money to be spent in the most productive way, rather than just quickly trying to find what are the renewable solutions that we can put on right now. But a coordinated approach will allow for that money to be spent better if we've got the right incentives and the enabling environment. And then some of the key messages, Mike, to your point, I think is that to see that the transition poses great opportunities. It is definitely a concern, of course, from the clear issues that have been outlined already, but there are those opportunities, and we have the chance to move quickly now to try to realize some of those in the next number of years. We do need to, I'm bringing back to the international as well, to support the country, because this is a whole of country change and we need to see it like that. Going into COP29 this year, one of the biggest things that we need to be looking at is the new collective quantified goal, and that's really about the financing and the flows to developing countries and emerging markets to allow them to make the transition. The finances that has been promised over the last number of years, at the order of about $100 billion, is really a fraction, if you look at what the modeling is telling us, is really needed if you sum up the nationally determined contributions and what is actually needed to achieve those in the countries that have put those forward. And anything, and I know this is quite a wild range, but between $2 trillion and $8 trillion are the numbers that I've seen come up. And so our stance and our what we go into expecting to come out of that financing deal is going to be really important this year. And I think will also underscore the level of ambition that we can have as a country, given that next year we go to with enhanced, or rather the revised nationally determined contributions as a country. And we can't have those without understanding how's this going to happen, who's going to finance it, and where those challenges are going to lie. So I think for me, those are the key things we're seeing. I'm definitely seeing a lot more business interest in just understanding what is going to be required, and more active participation, for example, even in our negotiating position as a country, and starting to really understand and what is it that we actually need. We know we need to do this. What do we go with as our ask, and saying we can do this, but this is what we're going to need to be able to do that. Thanks, Mike.
Awesome. Thanks, Shamila. I mean, I think that there's some great points that you've made there, but really around growth, financing, and clarity of what it is that we need as a country to be able to succeed with this transition.
Mike, can I just make one more point, actually? The big one, which came out of very clearly of Hendricks as well, is that we're seeing a big shift to understand reporting regimes and then the systems to be able to manage the data. Because what is required now has really been a big shift for companies, even quantifying scope 3, and that's not just, for example, in a CBAM context, it's broadly in sustainability and ESG reporting, which even investors are pushing for quite strongly. So we're seeing that as a big pressure on companies right now.
Thanks, Shamila, and it's almost the perfect segue to Diego. Diego, firstly, welcome to South Africa, and I know you're reasonably new from UNIDO. It's wonderful to have you in the country, and wonderful to continue the collaboration with UNIDO. It's common cause that the development trajectories can't follow previous development trajectories. Could you give us a bit of a flavor of the thinking that sat behind some of these policy instruments? And then perhaps it links nicely to Shamila's point, is what are you seeing as the response? What does it mean for industrial production and consumption at kind of a global level or a continental level? And what are you seeing as the response for these reporting requirements? And then ultimately, who is it that should be financing some of the complexity that surrounds this transition? Thanks, Diego.
Thank you very much. Do you hear me? Is it okay? Okay. Thank you for inviting me, and good morning, everybody. Your question is unanswerable, I think. It's very complex. But, well, UNIDO stands for United Nations Industrial Development Organization, and our mandate is the inclusive and sustainable industrial development. So basically, we work towards developing sustainable industries, supporting the private sector, supporting the government on the policies, developing some technologies, but to support, not because industries per se are needed, but just because industries are a mean towards improving the quality of life of people. So we look at, same thing for energy. It's energy for development. It's not energy just because we want to have more things, but we need to look at the bigger picture, which is why do we need industries, or why do we need energy, and it's about a better life for everybody. And that's where a lot of the discussions become more interesting, because we talk about inclusiveness, we talk about just, we talk about sustainability, and all things that sounds complex and are complex, but they're needed. Climate change, as you have seen, it's here. It's with us. We have been discussing it for 28 years. We knew at that time, 28 years ago, we knew what the problem was. The doctors told us we are sick, we need to stop smoking. And we said, no, we know, no, it's another reason, maybe this and that. 28 years later, we are now saying, oh, coughing, and well, maybe yes, maybe they were right. And so basically, we need to do it. So clearly, the rich countries and the developed countries were the ones that started. They have a high responsibility. It's called the common and differentiated responsibilities. But here in the South is where we are going to suffer the most. And so we can start discussing, and we kept discussing about, oh, who's going to pay the bills for the doctor, and we keep smoking. Or we can stop smoking and then keep discussing who's going to pay, but we need to stop smoking as soon as possible. And this is what we need to do, and that's this conversion from normal model of industrial development to a sustainable industrial development model. That, again, I repeat, has on its vision a social development aim. It's not just to make industries richer and to make the rich richer and the people, most of the people poorer, which is something that is happening in the world under this globalization. So we talk about we need globalization, but we need a more just globalization. And we need a more just system where the majority of the people benefit. If we see inequality in the world has increased everywhere. It's not just only South Africa, where levels are unacceptable, but if you look at Brazil, you look at India, you look at many countries and regions such as Latin America, where I come from, is one of the most unequal regions in the world. And we are very rich in natural resources. So Africa is very rich, Latin America is very rich in natural resources, but those resources have not benefited the majority. So we think that by transforming those resources in an efficient way, that's why we call resource efficiency, we can involve more people and we can make sure that the benefits go to more. Now, we have large industries and we have small industries, and we need to make sure that those large industries that are able to compete in the global market bring together also a value chain where the small and medium enterprises can also support and can be part of this development. So that's where UNIDO and the United Nations tend to work more on the poorer and on the small and medium enterprises, trying to support them. When we talk about the requirements, the reporting requirements, again, there will be the small and medium enterprises, the ones that do not have a whole staff just working on that will suffer the most. So, but this has happened it's not new. It has happened already for many years. I remember working, for instance, in the Forest Stewardship Council, in certification of forest products. It's one of the forests, timber is one of the resources that we have been using unsustainably. And so the thing was, how does small farmers or owners of forests, particularly indigenous groups, could report on the sustainability of their resources. And well, there were mechanisms, financial mechanisms, support mechanisms that were put in place, and now today we have council, we have, I think it's a successful, it still needs to be worked, but it's a sector that is quite successful internationally on that. And that we can replicate with steel, with aluminium, with cars. Now I was told that Mercedes is already being blocked for exports. But what is at the base of this is that the world, the resources in the world are limited. Yeah? And that we knew it, I think, 72, the famous report from the Norwegian Prime Minister. But so what do we do with what we have, and how do we make sure that we break this concentration of wealth into a few companies and a few people, and distribute it the more? And I think that's where we need to have another discussion on sustainable production and consumption, but that links to all of you that work in industries, because we need to think what we produce and why do we produce what we produce. You know, are we producing something that brings a benefit to the society, or we are just producing because we want to sell, we want to make money, then to do something? So the concept of sustainable consumption and production is also critical. The other element is financing. In the last 150 years, I will say 7 out of 10 richest companies in the world were related to energy. So there is money. There is money on energy. So somebody's making money. And energy, just as a sector that is required in Southern Africa, and particularly in South Africa. So how do we make sure that sector that makes money continue to make money, but they're not just 3 or 4 companies benefiting from it, but we share a bit of the profits. So by thinking differently, and in this case, I touched my last point on innovation. We have a great opportunity to think differently. Nobody knows better the conditions of South Africa or Southern Africa or Africa than you do. Nobody's going to come and tell you what, the perfect solution for South Africa unless you are South African. So if we wait for Google to do something for us, it's going to be not perfect. We can adapt to the solution, but the artificial intelligence is going to create a lot of problems for many people, for many of us. There will be loss of jobs, but there are great opportunities. It's like the use of cell phones and things like M-Pesa when it was developed. We couldn't imagine what the cell phones will be, the internet will be. And so we need to start working on innovation. Otherwise, the work of CSIR, the work of the Research Institute, the work of government in investing in innovation and research is very, very important. So we need to see all these challenges as opportunities, and to see how do we adapt what we have and the challenges ahead for the benefit of the conditions of South Africa. Because as I said, nobody will be able to give you the perfect solution unless they understand what you need. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Diego. I mean, there's some incredible points in there. I think we've known about the problem for a long time and are now finding actions. I'd love to come back to innovation a little later, because I think I totally agree. This is the key theme to try to solve this problem. And you also touched on something that despite understanding the problem and despite efforts, or our best efforts, there is increasing global inequality. And Prof, I'd like to come to you in a sec. Professor Swilling has thought and written and built incredible activities in sustainability, and I think is a little bit of a national treasure, and it's wonderful to have you on the panel, Prof. South Africa is already incredibly unequal. Do you see these myriad regulations, global commitments, resulting tax regimes, barriers and reporting, do you see this supporting the needs of a developing world context like South Africa? Do you see a direct relationship between decreasing our inequality and meeting some of our developmental needs with some of these global pressures? And perhaps you can touch on how you can see that, how it will work in your mind.
Well, it's a major challenge. I mean, the just transition has become a global narrative because it's addressing that issue of the link between decarbonization and inequality. South Africa was the first country in the world to include the just transition in its NDC, and for good reason. Southern Africa is warming at twice the rate the global average, and it is the location for the greatest amount of poverty and inequality. So it's unsurprisingly that out of this context comes the notion of a just transition, which is trying to address this issue. But the just transition in the South African, but I also think beyond us, is used in 4 different ways. For some, the just transition is just about decarbonization in order to re-stimulate economic growth so that you can have trickle-down flows of wealth to the poor, and in that way have a just outcome. Rand Merchant Bank published a paper on that, or made a statement of that nature about 2 years ago. The second position is decarbonization plus social mitigation to deal with the consequences, the negative consequences of on coal communities and coal workers of the energy transition. So that's decarbonization plus social mitigation. The third position is decarbonization plus social mitigation plus upstream industrialization, where the energy transition is perceived, or decarbonization via an energy transition is perceived as a catalyst for re-industrializing economies. So that goes back to your question to Diego. What's the new industrial paradigm? That's the third position. And the fourth position is similar to the third position, articulated mainly by trade unions and radical NGOs, which says, yes, decarbonization, yes, social mitigation, yes, upstream industrialization, but that's only possible in the context of a post-capitalist transformation. So when it comes to the inequalities in the South African context, we need to be very clear on what we mean. It's not just income inequality. All the recent research and data based on the CELDRU databases at UCT show that roughly 85% of all personal wealth is in the hands of 10% of the population. And 54% of all personal wealth in South Africa is in the hands of 1% of the population. And most of that 1% is white, and most of it is male, in terms of who owns the wealth, and it excludes family trusts. And we know that a lot of rich people keep their wealth in family trusts. So this level of inequality is gross, extreme, and completely and utterly unsustainable. You cannot have a just transition that does not touch this level of inequality. An unjust transition is a distinct possibility in the world that we have today. So just to talk about more specifically what we can how we can start thinking about addressing this, and I want to do that by sharing the work that I'm coordinating for the National Planning Commission that will result in a report that goes to the President in the next 6 months. And that, what we have done over the last 2.5 years is run very detailed, quite expensive studies into the investment requirements to achieve the infrastructure goals of the National Development Plan, with respect in particular to energy, water, digital infrastructure, and logistics. which are the 4 pillars of the National Infrastructure Plan 2050, NIP 2050, that was approved by Cabinet. And what we are focusing on is what is the gap between what we currently spend on these infrastructures and what we should be spending if we actually are serious about achieving the goals. And the numbers are starting to surface. Let me give you some of those numbers. As far as energy is concerned, our estimate is that over the next 10 years to 2035, we should be looking at spending 1.5 trillion rand, roughly 140 billion each year. As far as water is concerned, we need more than that. We need 2.1 trillion because our water system is collapsing with very, very detrimental consequences, in particular for the poor. And we need roughly 40 to 50 billion extra per annum for our digital infrastructure. So roughly 500 billion. Now the question is, where's this money going to come from? We have conservative fiscal policies, austerity policies, and we have conservative monetary policies. Traditionally in industrial societies, you fund infrastructure either by printing money or borrowing and taxing. We're not going to do either of those. No Keynesianism, no QE. We're going to, those two policy frameworks remain strongly in place under the current leadership. So where's the money going to come from? And so that's the other study that we are doing, which is to do a detailed analysis of the architecture of the financial ecosystem of South Africa in order to determine what kinds of what we call elasticity spaces may exist, where you can focus on balance sheet reconfigurations that allow you to unlock capital. Underneath this overall approach, which is called the monetary architecture approach, is the assumption that in a credit-based system, a financial system is a web of interlocking balance sheets. In other words, everyone's asset is somebody else's liability and vice versa. If that is true, you should be able to map the system. And if you can map the system, you can start identifying potential sources of capital that are not exclusively on the national budget or on the central bank balance sheet, but can be unlocked through creative collaborations between a multiplicity of different kinds of financial institutions in order to make available the kind of investment capital that we need. Let me give you one example. The pension funds. The pension funds, the value of the funds in our pension industry, which is one of the biggest pools of capital. It's bigger than India, it's bigger than France, bigger than Spain. It's a huge amount of capital. It is worth about 80% of our GDP. Less than 10% of that capital actually goes into the real economy. An even smaller percentage of that goes into infrastructure, and 45% leaves the country. This is a balance sheet configuration that is completely out of line with the Constitution and with our commitment to the National Development Plan and its goals. Sure, if you would like to retire without being able to switch on the switch and have electricity and without being able to turn on the tap and have water, yeah, you can continue to support the asset managers who sit in Camps Bay at their laptops in coffee shops, spinning money around buying and selling paper in order for your pensions to be worth something. But why retire with money when the infrastructure around you is collapsing? You can make money out of infrastructure, and our pension funds all around the world invest heavily in pension funds and make money for their members, so that you have a double benefit. You retire with the money, with your savings that have improved, and you have functioning infrastructures. But that's not how we think in South Africa. The same applies to the shadow banks, which have massively expanded since 1994. They make money by making money, by putting more money into paper, which doesn't go into the real economy. And that's 3.2 trillion rands worth of capital locked away in the shadow banks. The DFIs, Development Bank, IDC, Land Bank, are actually very small, only about 350 billion in total in terms of the assets that they control. They should be 10 times that size if you compare them to many other parts of the world, and they should fall under the central bank like they do in many other parts of the world, so you can benefit from the balance sheet of the central bank. I'm just giving you throwing away just a couple of examples of what is required for us to completely rethink the architecture of our financial system, and this is completely consistent with the African position. The Africa Climate Summit that took place in September last year in Kenya issued the Nairobi Declaration. It would be so interesting to find out how many people in this room have read the Nairobi Declaration. It is absolutely critical, especially the last part, which is where heads of African states say the global financial architecture, the architecture of the global financial system needs to be transformed if Africa is going to be able to access the kinds of funding that is required to address African challenges on terms that benefit once and for all African interests and not everybody else's interests. Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks very much, Prof. I'm not going to attempt to synthesize too much because that was incredible. I did want to just pull out the one thing that I heard really loudly, is that we need to invest in the real economy. And Henrik is a representative of the real economy with equipment, with plant, with labor, building things to consume. And I wanted to try to bring us back into basically the real economy now. Henrik, you've heard from both Diego and Prof. Swilling. Does some of what they say resonate with you and your experience? Is there some maybe further granular detail that you can share around what does that investment look like from your business? You mentioned 1 to 2% of turnover to be able to get ready for the kind of reporting that you guys have done. But maybe you can just briefly sketch, what does the team look like? What support did you require or get to be able to put a team together to be able to operate in the real economy as Hulamin?
Okay. Well, yes, after hearing all of those statistics and the global economy or the local South African economy, I come back to my little village in Pietermaritzburg where my life resides. And I'll...
That's what matters.
I want to answer then two questions. The one is, what did it take for us to be able to do the reporting that I referred to earlier? We are a very small team. It's myself and a sustainability manager who does this physical reporting and the pulling of the data together. I've got two resource efficiency team members with a third vacancy, so I should say 3 people on the resource efficiency team looking at trying to improve resource efficiency, but also dealing with the data gathering and integrity issues, and trying to transition what we had to sidetrack, which started as a resource efficiency initiative, sidetrack into being able to report for CBAM, and now that we've got that more or less on track, revisit the data and see what it's actually delivering for us now and provide us with insights into our processes, how they behave, and where the losses are that we can improve upon. So that's kind of the focus. That's more or less the team. But then very importantly, there's an IT team, our in-house IT systems that run the servers and the data gathering networks and all of the infrastructure. And they are a very dedicated and competent team that develop all of these methodologies for us to allocate energy to a certain process, to a certain product or coil or lot that was being processed. So I guess apart from my team, then I have to recognize that there's maybe one person full-time in IT for the last, let's say, 2-3 years dedicated to this, plus my team then doing a little bit more than just sustainability reporting, but also focusing on resource efficiency improvements. So that's kind of the investment. And then around the kind of environment in which we operate, if I can come back to what was mentioned, Hulamin functions in South Africa, and we can't change South Africa. We can influence it to a degree, and that's it. So we need to have a healthy environment in which to operate, and I guess that's what a conference like this is about, and where the different government departments and the DTIC, etc., comes in. We need our electricity grid to be greened. I mean, that's kind of obvious to everybody at this point, I would think. But I think most of all, it needs to be affordable. I listen to some podcasts, and people will throw around numbers like, if you increase your GDP to $5,000 US per person, then people actually start caring about the environment. Below that, you're below where they can even think about it. If they don't know where tomorrow's meal and education and whatever funds are going to come from, forget about the environment. So you need an economic level of well-being, if I can call it that, before people, and that's the majority of our nation, start being interested in the environment. And I think that underlying that is good quality, reliable, cheap, green electricity. So that's got to be a number one priority for the country in my books. Of course, then it would help industries like ourselves. We have embarked on our own program because we are under pressure and we don't have time. So we are in the process of negotiating a power purchase agreement which will replace roughly 45% of our electricity needs from an IPP that generates it with solar power and storage and whatever else in future. That was the easy bit because solar PV is cheaper than ESCOM, so it's kind of a no-brainer, just go and do it. Where the rest of the energy is going to come from when you're outside of the solar PV curve, that remains a problem for the years to come, so I guess I will still have a job. Yeah, that's a major challenge. But if it can be solved on a national level to some degree, then industry and individuals will look after the rest, but you need to enable industry and individuals to be able to do that. So that's kind of the limits to where I can venture onto that side of things. On a practical side, we don't have infrastructure servicing our site. We have a rail line, a siding that belongs to us, but it's been decommissioned because there's no rail service. So we truck all of our ingots from Richards Bay to the Hulamin site by road, very expensive. Can we not get the rail going again? Then we truck everything from Pietermaritzburg to the Durban port, and then there's port delays. So the port infrastructure and the efficiency of the port affects our on-time deliveries. Our imports get affected by it. So rail infrastructure, I think it was mentioned probably as part of logistics, is what my understanding was. That's a national program. But if we can I see movement towards letting private companies interact, because I think enable private companies to focus on certain sections that they can manage, rather than trying to do it for the country, which seems like a massive job to me. We have to truck all of our gas in to site because we don't have a gas pipeline. So the gas pipeline stops in Durban, 80 kilometers away. There's the whole N3 corridor that's being developed. I know that the future is perhaps not natural gas, because who knows what's going to happen with hydrogen. It seems to me like it's still very expensive and far away. But in the meantime, we need to survive. So if there's a program to help us and other industries along the N3 corridor to have pipeline gas, it would cut our gas costs by more than half. So that will make us able to compete and sustain our industry, keep the jobs that we have, keep people in our community, lots of other industries that depend on Hulamin, so help create that market where people have a level of income that enables them to start caring for the environment, because we live next to the Duzi River, which is so polluted. The Duzi Marathon is at risk every year of not being able to take place, etc., etc. It's just a symptom of a failing water infrastructure system that ends up polluting the Duzi, etc., etc. So I think that's kind of where these things come to life for me in my little village.
Thanks so much, Henrik. And it really is critical to locate a lot of this thinking in practical, controllable, measurable, deliverable infrastructure. And I think that's kind of the integration that these 2 days are about. I wanted to pick up again on innovation. And Shamila, businesses drive innovation, businesses procure innovation. Can you already see some opportunities, some green shoots of entrepreneurship that are coming to solve some of these problems?
Certainly, entrepreneurship you're seeing, I think, is in some places where you would expect and others where you would not. One of the
Microphone is not working.
No, still not working. Testing. There we go. I think we're back. Okay. Thank you. So, Mike, the innovation we're seeing is coming both from where you would expect in solving issues and in other areas perhaps slightly, I think, less obvious. So when I think about it, one of the programs, we do jointly with Green Cape is the Climate Finance Accelerator. And I like that as a very practical example because what that is doing is preparing businesses that are, locating their activities and their services in largely powering the green economy. And so are things that are focused on things like waste management, energy, mobility, clean mobility, and things like that. And what we've seen over the last number of years is incredible little businesses that are springing up in that area. And whilst the program that we run is not necessarily intended to match them with financing, what it has shown is that even with that, not that being intended consequence, the effort that we've put into just trying to prepare them to be able to attract the financing and pitch to financiers, for example, has grown them, and that's that little bit of boost has matched a number of companies already. I think at last it was like somewhere close to R1 billion, Mike, if you remember correctly, and that was from not even trying to have the match. So that is in just a few companies that we've had access to, and those, like I mentioned, the solutions are around anything from in the renewable energy space to electric mobility to waste management, and solving just practical challenges that we have, but doing them in a manner that is scalable ideally and that is replicable. And some of those little companies that came through programs like that, you will see on billboards on the highway. I saw Wetility the other day and was quite proud to say that it's one of those that came through programs like that. So because we work directly in those spaces, you can start to see how that's coming through. What's incredibly, I think, encouraging is that many of these are businesses that are being run and started by younger people who are seeing those opportunities and who want to solve real challenges. And if you listen to the stories, are often those that arose from within the communities in which they operate, or in some instances, if they've been in companies and seen that actually here's a space that there's something that is not served, and growing it from there. And so in some ways, a typical story of how innovation happens, but in spaces that are very much needed. So we're certainly seeing those. But Mike, I think what I also want to talk about from a green shoot perspective slightly differently is really looking at how we're seeing some of the pivots firstly internally, and I mentioned one of those earlier on, is that within companies you're seeing this intrapreneurship also starting to happen that are looking at adjacent things. And, like we said, nobody would know our country better than and be able to tell, to say what is needed in many companies as well that are existing as employers, is to be able to say people within those companies are able to see where those opportunities lie. There's also, I think, what feels like a mini revolution happening in particularly young people's awareness and consciousness of the need to change. And that in itself is spurring a big difference. Firstly, even in some of the careers that they're now choosing to opt into that would not have been traditionally attractive, but that are really serving, and they're looking for what can I do to make a difference? And that's usually what people say has been sort of the catch-all, but really what it's saying is, can I contribute to the greener growth, to different shoots, to being able to solve social challenges and to be dealing with environmental ones, and inherently finding that appealing, which I think is a great turnaround that we're starting to see. And moving away, ideally, away from the problem that, the kind of thinking that created the problems we're in right now, to moving away and saying, but what can we do differently and how do we shape that? We're also seeing green shoots in financing, different non-traditional financing mechanisms that are enabling some of these things to then grow and thrive. So if you look at that, if you look at things like crowdsourcing, new platforms that are happening that reduce the entry level, the cost to being able to do that, and different types of money coming in. You're also seeing and this is a nice problem to have, I guess, because we've already outlined the poverty challenge in the country, but where you have inheritors of intergenerational wealth, particularly millennials and the like, you're starting to see that what they want to spend their money on is different. Where they want to work and what they want to work in is different. And so hopefully some of those little dots will join up and give us the groundswell we need to power this shift. And to talk a little bit more practically and differently to some of the challenges that Hendrik's spoken about, the other green shoots I think that we're seeing are definitely more collaboration between business and government to help create that enabling environment that we need in the very first place. If we don't have that infrastructure, even if you have the best innovations and things, it's just going to work around where it could really get scale if it worked in a bigger space, right? And so if we can create just that baseline enabling infrastructure, start dealing with the logistics crisis, I think energy, we're sort of better on track a little bit now. And so those business partnerships that are growing with government, I think, are incredibly important. And it's critical that we can grow those. The elephant in the room when you're looking at just what money you can spend versus money you have is dealing with corruption as well. In school, when I did accounting, they said you have money coming in and you have money going out. Corruption is a massive cost line item that ultimately can bankrupt us. And if we don't take that seriously, all of these wonderful things that we have an opportunity and a massive opportunity to change are just going to be very deeply curtailed. So I think for me, even there, starting to see, I think, greater will to be able to start tackling those issues is something we all need to work together to ensure grows, because those things are the things that can help ensure that we don't lose hope, that we're able to do that. And when we're looking at innovation, for example, that we see that there's a real opportunity to grow. And you're not going to be curtailed by environments that require backhands and all kinds of things and rent-seeking behavior. And we need to understand that that is a critical part of also inspiring innovation, is that is a big part of the enabling environment too. Thanks, Mike.
Yeah, thanks very much, Samina. I think that enabling environment and the context to have repeatable paths for entrepreneurs to succeed and for innovation to succeed is a key success factor for adopting innovative technologies. Diego, I wanted to come back to you around innovation in particular, and with a number of cleaner production centers across the continent boosting competitiveness, how does UNIDO see the role of kind of primary research, applied research, and then industrial competitiveness, that interface with innovation?
Thank you. I think in the new global context of technology development and particularly artificial intelligence, we need to think differently. We need to innovate at all levels. I don't know if there's a problem with the microphone. Do you hear well?
Yes.
Okay. Nowadays, it becomes essential. Innovation will be the future. We cannot. The technologies are moving. Maybe the cycles of the past were maybe 25 years. Before it was 50 years, 25, and now we are going into technology cycles of 2 years, perhaps. So it's going to be very, very quickly, very quick. But I'm very, sometimes in these panels, you get a feeling of frustration and negativeness, because people that are listening may say, okay, what can we do in front of all of this? I have my small enterprise and I want to do things, but what can I do from my side? And I'm very, very optimistic, particularly the companies in South Africa, with the load shedding, with limited water, with problems with infrastructure, and they're flourishing. There are so many companies doing so well, and some others are struggling, but they're still there. So I'm very confident, and the history of South Africa is a history of resilience and power, and I think that's where we have to build on, and we have to make sure that through innovation, because education will be critical, that we adapt to the coming challenges. There will be enormous challenges. In fact, globally, there is a Summit of the Future taking place very soon, and it's about reforming the whole financial system to deal with the real needs of today's world, which are not the ones that were after the Second World War, so in 1945. And also what the multilateral system, how it works, how it's represented, and how governments interact with each other. So there is a need today to look as human beings, to rethink where do we want to be and we see today many wars where the stronger can destroy the weaker just by just pure force, and nobody can say anything, nobody can react. or we can shout, but there are no solutions. So there is a whole restructuration, I think, of the economy, the global governance, the international governance that needs to come into place. But from the point of view of the entrepreneur in South Africa, I think all these are opportunities, are great opportunities that the government, I'm also optimistic about the new government, the government of national unity, the new vision, the commitments that have been set, put forward. Now, I hope this is realized with our support, but the policies needs to be there to give the private sector security, a long-term vision that where they're reassured that if they do certain things, they can have a result as it is planned. So I think there is an economist called Mariana Mazzucato that talks about innovation and the role of government in innovation, and how most of the companies, international companies, have benefited from the investment of the government on innovation. And she talks about Google, Apple, and all the big companies, particularly in the US, that have benefited from this. So if we want to have good industries here coming up, we need to really invest on both pure research and applied research. Otherwise, we will be left behind in the world where equality is not the norm. Thank you.
Thanks, Diego. And Prof, I'd like to come to you in a sec just to ask for your thoughts or reflection on primary and applied research and innovation. And perhaps if you could include in your reflection something around the existing government budgets and existing government fiscus. We've heard from Henrik that some of the infrastructure challenges that Hulamin is facing are outside of their ability to influence and control. And Shamilia's talked about the cost of corruption that exists in government budgets. Is there space for innovation? Are we innovating? And is there a role for primary and applied research to enhance the competitiveness of how our economy can function?
Well, I think that the core message of my previous input is that we shouldn't expect fiscal policy, in other words, government budgets, to carry the entirety of the burden. The next step in the logic of that proposition is to say we therefore need to focus on blended finance solutions. And blended finance solutions are emerging across the world. And it's one of the most creative, innovative spaces in the global financial system. And there are two significant initiatives in the South African context, one of which is the Infrastructure Fund, which the DBSA was requested by the President to set up. And it is actually South Africa's biggest blended finance vehicle, which has got 100 billion rand allocation over 10 years from the fiscus in order to leverage 900 billion from the private sector, and in particular from the pension funds. And the other blended finance vehicle is in the water sector, which is the Water Agency. And so these are two examples of recent initiatives that have emerged out of a context where there's recognition of the limits of fiscal policy on the one hand, and the potential for mobilizing new or unlocking new flows of capital for infrastructure on the other hand. And I think we need to focus on that in much greater detail. Another example is there's a World Bank team that I met on Monday night in Cape Town that is working on a guarantee mechanism, a ZAR-denominated guarantee mechanism that could bring down the cost of capital substantially. And if we don't figure out ways to bring down the cost of capital, because in a sense the cost of capital is artificially high in South Africa because of a perception of systemic risk. Now, you're not going to get rid of systemic risk overnight. And so you can't wait for systemic risk to go down and all the cost of capital to go down, because actually by the time while you're doing that, things are getting worse. So you do need creative, box clever kind of mechanisms to deal with that perception of systemic risk, so that you can bring down the cost of capital, so that you can start mobilizing the kinds of large-scale investments into infrastructure, which then start to create the kind of virtuous circle that we're wanting. So actually there is quite a lot of innovation taking place, in particular led by the development finance institutions. But that's not enough. The private sector still has to come to the party in a big way. And just one other thing, you made a comment about business leads innovation. Well, Mariano Mazzucato's contention is that's not true. That government plays a key role in investing in not just R&D, but the early phases of the innovation cycle in order to de-risk so that the private sector can then move in. So it's this synergy, and that's what blended finance is, between public and private sectors in order to create the kinds of virtuous circle that we're looking for.
Thanks very much, Prof. I think we're just about out of time for the panel, but I would like to offer everyone an opportunity for some closing thoughts or a closing remark that you'd like to leave with the room as this conference kicks off. Perhaps if Shamila, I can start with you and then move one by one to the end of the room.
Very quick, Mike. I think that this is the change that we need to see is an all-of-society approach, and we've heard why. And every player, I think, is going to have their role. But I think what I'd like us to, all of us in our own mind, is to really have a strong vision of what we would like that future to look like. And in every space that we occupy, to see what we can do to create that. And it really is for all of us to find those spaces and to think what new needs to look like. And I know I always say this because I've heard it once and it's stuck with me, is that if we don't invest in that future we want, then the one that we get is going to be worth infinitely less. And we're in that space now where we have a real opportunity to shift, but we need to do it quickly.
Good, thank you. I think I'm going to end with two comments. The one is about the South African economy and the legislation. We talk about CBAM, and obviously it's a big risk to a company like Hulamin and every other exporting entity in South Africa. So what do we do about that? We mitigate the risk. We're going and buying renewable electricity, etc., etc. But there's a national legislative side to that. If we pay carbon tax in South Africa, that gets deducted from what we have to pay into Europe. Personally, I'm not an economist, but it would make sense to me that the money stays in South Africa rather than paid to them. But it needs to be managed properly and invested into generating a sustainable economy for ourselves. So that's my view, limited as it may be, on that topic. And then the other one is that if we don't introduce the equivalent of our own CBAM or the European CBAM for South Africa, then our competitors out there are going to start dumping their product in South Africa without having to pay our CBAM equivalent. And we're going to pay carbon tax in South Africa, and that will make us less competitive again. So there's lots of risks in this space still for our local companies. And so that's the more broader economic and legislative side of it. And the other thing then, I think, connects nicely with what was said, Shamila, just now. We are faced with having to think about new things that we never thought about. As industry, being engineering manager for how long? Serving in the industry for 30 years, we now have to think about where we buy our electricity from. It never used to be a concern to anybody before. You get it from Eskom, of course. But now we see that there's opportunities for optimization when we do that. There's opportunities in the PMB region for us to optimize not only where we buy our electricity from, but there's lots of paper and pulp industry around the Pietermaritzburg forestry related stuff. They've got lots of wood waste. They throw it away. They try and get rid of it. Why don't we use that to generate electricity? We are in early discussions exploring those opportunities, but I'm saying that it needs courage to embark on projects like this to explore the possibilities, because you have to simply do what you can do. Otherwise, you're going to die.
At a conference on sustainable industries, I suppose what I need to say is nothing's possible without money. And as South Africans, we have a very poor understanding of money. and that has to change. Let me give you one very small example. In the last 2 to 3 years, we've put 6 gigawatts of renewable energy on rooftops. You know how much money that cost? It was about 80 billion rand. If you would have said 5 years ago, is there 80 billion rand available for 6 gigs on rooftops? The banking sector probably would have said no. But we did it. That's proof that you can reconfigure balance sheets and mobilize capital without a single extra cent from the fiscus.
There you go.
Thank you. I think that we have been discussing about sustainable industries, cleaner production, climate change for many, many years. Now it is here, it's now, and thanks to the work of the National Cleaner Production Centers and many research institutions, governments around the world, we understand the consequences of all of this better, and I see this as an opportunity. Now there is no way back. Some time ago we could think, oh, I keep doing my own business and I will sell maybe less. Now it's we change or we're out. And I think there are great opportunities, particularly for the young people, startups, to think differently, to produce things for a better quality, for a better condition of all, new products, new ways of doing things that are allowed for these new technologies that are coming up and that use less resources, that are more sustainable. And so I'm very positive on this front. Thank you.
Thank you. Then thank you very much, everyone. Good luck with the rest of the conference. Thank you to the organizers, and please join me in thanking the panel.
Everybody, are we on now? We're on. I don't think we can underestimate what it takes to hold together a panel, especially one made up of such significant minds. So thank you, Mike. We really appreciate it. It was an enormously helpful opening to the event. I hope you've all written down some comments and questions in your notes that you're going to take forward into the next 2 days, because wow, if you haven't got questions, if you haven't got an objection, if you haven't got an argument, if you haven't got something, you haven't been listening. I promise you, somebody said something you didn't agree with, I hope. And somebody said something you really agree with, I hope. So we're going to break for tea now, and then I'm going to ask everybody to please just grab yourself a cup of tea, snack or something, and then make your way back into the venue that you choose. By 11 o'clock, be seated by 11 so that we can kick off. In this room, we will have the session called Smart Solutions for Industry. And in the Ruby Auditorium, there's going to be practical examples where we've got some of the companies we work with doing case studies. So here we'll be talking big data, we'll be talking smart metering, etc. And over there we'll be talking practical solutions. So enjoy the tea break, and thanks again for being a great audience. Thanks, guys. That was excellent. I'm sure you want to probably go and do Mike in the room, otherwise we just want to take it off.
So I'm the head of the United Nations Environment Program. That's a program of the United Nations that deals with all things environmental. And one of the things we deal with is smart, clever, sustainable production, hoping that that will lead to smart, clever, and sustainable consumption. And part of why we're here is at this particular company, Kway, is because they're doing unique and interesting things. Not only are they producing in with sustainability as a measure, environmental dimensions of sustainability, but they're also looking at poverty reduction, training up people, creating jobs, creating opportunities for families as well as obviously for the workers.
Over the last 4 years, we've grown our total manufacturing base from 313 people to just over 700 people. And for every job that we create in South Africa, 8 people have a better livelihood in this economy.
We are the co-implementing partners for the Intex project, which is then the other implementing partners is the National Cleaner Production Centre for South Africa. There are 3 countries involved in this project, which is South Africa, Kenya and Tunisia. In South Africa, we are working with companies such as Green Thread and Cape Union Mart, and including the K-Way Group. They are then looking at 2 implementing projects which are focused on life cycle improvements and life cycle thinking, and also trying to look at circular business models.
What the project aims to do is to support companies in the textile sector, specifically SMEs, for them to adopt the concept of eco-innovation as it was developed by UN Environment, and to also adopt product environmental footprint as a process to identify the sustainability hotspots within a specific product or process that they implement or that they develop. The aim of the project is to build capacity on how to use eco-innovation as a process within your business, and also to build capacity on how to conduct life cycle assessment using the product environmental footprint.
After having visited the factory and the production line, I found particularly inspiring is that, you know, when you're cutting for clothing, there are some side cuts that cannot be used. But these just don't go into the landfill here. What they're using them for is cushion fillers, carpets, all kinds of other things. So that kind of consciousness around production is something that we are hoping that more and more companies will use. Because let's face it, that waste that we have does not just go away the moment it leaves our homes, our factories, or wherever it is that the waste was created. It goes into a landfill. But if we can use it as a product, not only do we earn money, but also do we minimize waste. So these are some of the things that we've seen on this visit in this factory, but also the kind of things that we would like to see emulated across the world.
The National Cleaner Production Centre, South Africa, or NCPC-SA, is a support program that assists industrial companies to make a transition into a green, resource-efficient operating model. One of our core pillars is the promotion of industrial symbiosis. Through this process, unused resources or waste from one company is reused by another company. In essence, what is waste from one company becomes a value resource for another company. The other pillars of the work of the NCPC-SA are sustainable energy solutions, improved water management, industry decarbonisation, and eco-industrial parks, all under the banner of resource-efficient and cleaner production. Through skills development and technical interventions, the NCPC-SA is leading the way in transitioning industry to a green, low-carbon economy. SECO, an innovative startup converting used oil drums into waste bins for schools. Schools were previously burning waste. Now the schools are making use of the bins, and SECO is collecting and reusing the waste. This project reduces pollution diverts waste from landfill, converts waste into a valuable resource. The NCPC-SA assists Swikotleni with strategy, improving process efficiencies, and linking the company to the industry. In Limpopo, the Green Surfacing Company is working with the NCPC-SA to reuse and upcycle sawdust. Through a carbonization process, their team turns waste material into a valuable source of energy in the form of charcoal bricklets. Green surfacing aims to provide jobs, clean the environment, and provide sustainable housing by converting waste plastic to bricks that can be used for construction. The NCPC-SA has been assisting the company since 2019 by providing strategic advice, enhancing their manufacturing processes through automation, as well as supporting them with proposal writing. This resulted in the company raising $30,000 US. Madilika is a female-empowered enterprise run by a team of dynamic women. They collect discarded glass bottles, and through a manufacturing process, the bottles are crushed and turned into a powder mix that is then converted and designed into a jewelry range. This project reduces pollution, cleans the environment, creates jobs and opportunities. The team are presently working on upscaling new product lines to grow this innovative business. Through circular economy systems, the NCPC-SA assists businesses to achieve a number of economic goals while promoting sustainable business practices and fostering a culture of innovation. The NCPC-SA believes that any business can start from nothing and rise up to become a successful green enterprise. To find out more about how we can assist you, visit www.ncpc.co.za.
In the African universe, nothing exists in isolation. The many ways we saved. Mutu ke mutu kabantu kaSesotho. Umntu ngumntu ngabantu ngesiXhosa. A person is a person because of other people. I am because you are. This is who we are. In the African universe, nothing exists in isolation. You are the water, the desert, the sea. Every mountain, tortoise, flower, and bee. Every tree rooted in a sense of community. A lived expression of diversity and harmony. Our way has always been one of honoring and preserving, of respect and reverence. Nature is our culture. Whatever our promise and progress, we are still beholden to natural laws, the same as all other life forms. One part of an interrelated whole. It takes a village of our tradition, a more expansive vision, of gathering together in exchange, to light the fire and pass down the flame, of wisdom, to know better, to do better. The world as we know it has changed. The planet nor its people can continue to go on as they have been. It is our responsibility and our opportunity to offer another way to do business, another way to be human, another way of connecting the best of the old with the new. Let us serve effectively and efficiently, with solutions and support, awareness and skills, training and finance that allow you to serve, compete, and collaborate in our global community. In the African universe, nothing exists in isolation. Each of us forms part of the whole. We are the National Cleaner Production Center, South Africa. This is who we are. This is what we already know to do.
So I'm the head of the United Nations Environment Program. That's a program of the United Nations that deals with all things environmental. And one of the things we deal with is smart, clever, sustainable production, hoping that that will lead to smart, clever, and sustainable consumption. And part of why we're here is at this particular company, Kway, is because they're doing unique and interesting things. Not only are they producing with sustainability as a measure, environmental dimensions of sustainability, but they're also looking at poverty reduction, training up people, creating jobs, creating opportunities for families as well as obviously for the workers.
Over the last 4 years, we've grown our total manufacturing base from 313 people to just over 700 people. And for every job that we create in South Africa, 8 people have a better livelihood in this economy.
We are the co-implementing partners for the Intex project, which is the other implementing partners is the National Cleaner Production Center for South Africa. There are 3 countries involved in this project, which is South Africa, Kenya, and Tunisia. In South Africa, we are working with companies such as Green Trade and Cape Union Mart, and including the Kway Group. They are then looking at 2 implementing projects which are focused on life cycle improvements and life cycle thinking, and also trying to look at circular business models.
What the project aims to do is to support companies in the textile sector, specifically SMEs, for them to adopt the concept of eco-innovation as it was developed by UN Environment, and to also adopt product environmental footprint as a process to identify the sustainability hotspots within a specific product or process that they implement or that they develop. The aim of the project is to build capacity on how to use eco-innovation as a process within your business, and also to build capacity on how to conduct life cycle assessment using the product environmental footprint.
After having visited the factory and the production line, I found particularly inspiring is that, you know, when you're cutting for clothing, there are some side cuts that cannot be used. But these just don't go into the landfill here. What they're using them for is cushion fillers, carpets, all kinds of other things. So that kind of consciousness around production is something that we are hoping that more and more companies will use. Because let's face it, that waste that we have does not just go away the moment it leaves our homes, our factories, or wherever it is that the waste was created. It goes into a landfill. But if we can use it as a product, not only do we earn money, but also do we minimize waste. So these are some of the things that we've seen on this visit in this factory, but also the kind of things that we would like to see emulated across the world.
The National Cleaner Production Center, South Africa, or NCPC-SA, is a support program that assists industrial companies to make a transition into a green, resource-efficient operating model. One of our core pillars is the promotion of industrial symbiosis. Through this process, unused resources or waste from one company is reused by another company. In essence, what is waste from one company becomes a value resource for another company. The other pillars of the work of the NCPC-SA are sustainable energy solutions, improved water management, industry decarbonisation, and eco-industrial parks, all under the banner of resource-efficient and cleaner production. Through skills development and technical interventions, the NCPC-SA is leading the way in transitioning industry to a green, low-carbon economy. SECO, an innovative startup converting used oil drums into waste bins for schools. Schools were previously burning waste. Now the schools are making use of the bins, and SECO is collecting and reusing the waste. This project reduces pollution, diverts waste from landfill, converts waste into a valuable resource. The NCPC-SA assists SECO with strategy, improving process efficiencies, and linking the company to the industry. In Limpopo, the Green Surfacing Company is working with the NCPC-SA to reuse and upcycle sawdust. Through a carbonization process, their team turns waste material into a valuable source of energy in the form of charcoal bricklets. Green surfacing aims to provide jobs, clean the environment, and provide sustainable housing by converting waste plastic to bricks that can be used for construction. The NCPC-SA has been assisting the company since 2019 by providing strategic advice, enhancing their manufacturing processes through automation, as well as supporting them with proposal writing. This resulted in the company raising $30,000 US. Madilika is a female-empowered enterprise run by a team of dynamic women. They collect discarded glass bottles, and through a manufacturing process, the bottles are crushed and turned into a powder mix that is then converted and designed into a jewelry range. This project reduces pollution, cleans the environment, creates jobs and opportunities. The team are presently working on upscaling new product lines to grow this innovative business. Through circular economy systems, the NCPC-SA assists businesses to achieve a number of economic goals while promoting sustainable business practices and fostering a culture of innovation. The NCPC-SA believes that any business can start from nothing and rise up to become a successful green enterprise. To find out more about how we can assist you, visit www.ncpc.co.za.
In the African universe, nothing exists in isolation. The many ways we say it. Mutu ki mutu kabatu kasisuthu. Umntu ngumntu ngabantu ngesixhosa. A person is a person because of other people. I am because you are. This is who we are. In the African universe, nothing exists in isolation. You are the water, the desert, the sea. Every mountain, tortoise, flower, and bee. Every tree rooted in a sense of community. A lived expression of diversity and harmony. Our way has always been one of honoring and preserving, of respect and reverence. Nature is our culture. Whatever our promise and progress, we are still beholden to natural laws, the same as all other life forms. One part of an interrelated whole. It takes a village of our tradition, a more expansive vision, of gathering together in exchange, to light the fire and pass down the flame, of wisdom, to know better, to do better. The world as we know it has changed. The planet nor its people can continue to go on as they have been. It is our responsibility and our opportunity to offer another way to do business, another way to be human, another way of connecting the best of the old with the new. Let us serve effectively and efficiently with solutions and support, awareness and skills, training and finance that allow you to serve, compete, and collaborate in our global community. In the African universe, nothing exists in isolation. Each of us forms part of the whole. We are the National Cleaner Production Center, South Africa. This is who we are. This is what we already know to do.
So I'm the head of the United Nations Environment Program. That's a program of the United Nations that deals with all things environmental. And one of the things we deal with is smart, clever, sustainable production, hoping that that will lead to smart, clever, and sustainable consumption. And part of why we're here is at this particular company, Kway, is because they're doing unique and interesting things. Not only are they producing with sustainability as a measure, environmental dimensions of sustainability, but they also
start, yes? Yeah. Let's just give people a chance to come in.
It's just going to be 3 speakers.
they're going to come up to you. So there's no roving mic. Okay, cool. Thanks. Right. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our second plenary session for the day. I think we've had a very good kickoff to starting of proceedings with our panel discussion earlier this morning. By now you should know that you're actually sitting in the session for smart solutions for industry. So I think this is a very apt and fit topic for today. And before we get to that, let me just introduce myself. I am Kevin Cillier. I am the Technical Quality and Standards Manager for the Industrial Support Program at the CSIR within the Smart Places cluster. And I am also playing roles supporting both the National Cleaner Production Center, or NCPC, as most of you would have seen, and also we're also supporting and hosting in that industry support program the National Foundry Technology Network as well, as you would have heard this morning. So just a few things to perhaps go through, and in terms of what's going to happen and what we need to just be aware of. So just some housekeeping things. If I could just ask and remind people, please, could you ensure your phones are on silent? Don't turn them off. We are going to have opportunity where there may be interactions. I believe that later in our show there will be some QR codes or codes that will be put up, and you will be able to scan them, and there will be questions that will be shared with you to respond to and answer. It's feedback that will help us on your comments around what was presented and shared today, and that's really important for us to keep improving, and as we go year on year that we look at hosting this conference, we can ensure that we respond to the needs and the requirements of the audience. We have 3 speakers today. They will go sequentially and present to us, and then we will have a session after that to allow for question and answers. And then just to remind us that we do have online audience as well that are joining us through Teams. So to those that are online, welcome, and we trust you will find it a very informative and fruitful session for today. With that, I think we can then look at proceeding with our program for the day. Yeah. Okay. And I'll point it. Yeah. Okay. Perfect. Thank you very much. Great. Okay, now that I've been lectured on how to go about it, we should be ready to roll. So just perhaps a few comments from my side in terms of today's session. As I've mentioned, it's the Smart Solutions for Industry session today. But I think what we've heard in this morning's plenary panel is that there is a lot of uncertainty, a lot of questions that both industry and government have, and we are required to try and gather and get information to be able to respond to this uncertainty and answer a number of questions or issues that perhaps we're not sure of. We've heard about the CBAM, we've got climate change bills coming in that are all making demands on us to respond in a certain way. But in order to do that, we need to know where we are, what the current status is, and that means we need information, we need data specifically. So today's session that we have is going to speak largely around the concept of data management, data collection, and we will even have a practical example of how we can respond and feed information back to industry in a data manner to provide them with answers or information that allows more informed decisions to be made. So we have our first speaker for today, and if I can ask the audio-visual room to pop up our slides, and I'll just see if we can get that. Thank you. I don't think that's the correct one. Okay, let's see. We'll try again. Could I get the data observatory platform using big data and carbon? That's Meryl Ford's presentation up, audio-visual room, please. Aha, okay, there we have it. Thank you. All these little niggly things that jump in the way. So our first speaker for today is going to be Meryl Ford. She's going to speak on the data observatory platforms using big data for carbon and resource monitoring. And perhaps just a little bit about Meryl. Meryl is actually, she's a digital transformation specialist at the CSIR, so it's quite a big word, that. She's based at the CSIR Center for Robotics and Future Production, located in the manufacturing cluster within CSIR. She currently has a strong interest and is involved in the use of emerging technologies, such as distributed ledger technologies. Now, I'm not quite sure what that is, but I've got in brackets here, it's to do with blockchain. So many of us are familiar with that term. It also speaks to big data, as well as being in the robotics team. They're looking at the aspects and elements of incorporation of artificial intelligence. And then, of course, the big thing is the Internet of Things. And they're using all these platforms and technologies to actually support technical innovation in Africa. So if I could put Meryl on the spot. Meryl, could I invite you to come up, and we can hear about big data and how we deal with it.
Okay, thanks very much, everyone. I don't know if we can have the first slide. Hello, up there? Okay, cool. So I'm going to be talking about data observatory platforms using big data for carbon and resource monitoring. It's something we've been working on for a while within our center. I just want to just reiterate that I'm a digital specialist. I'm not a carbon emissions specialist or a climate change specialist. So some of the topics are kind of a bit out of my comfort zone, but you'll see I'll start to perk up when I start talking about the technology. So this is just quickly what I'm going to be talking about. Going to be talking about data observatories around the world. How are data observatories in South Africa different? And then I'm going to, hopefully if I have enough time, I'm going to flick through a proof of concept that we developed with a small foundry in Johannesburg, and then some final remarks. So around data observatories, in case you're wondering what... Yes, so that I can see what I'm doing. Sorry, guys. Okay. Okay, it is switched on. Okay. Sorry about that, everyone. But now I feel like I'm ready to fly. So basically a data observatory is exactly the same concept as a physical observatory, except you're not pointing telescopes up at the sky. What you are doing is you are gathering data from all kinds of sources and big data sources, streaming data, etc., into a kind of a central data repository, or they often call data lakes. And once you've actually gathered all of that data, you use quite advanced techniques like AI and machine learning, big data analytics, etc., to actually start to make sense of the data. All kinds of interesting things become possible. And taking this kind of approach is critical if we want to really understand what is happening out there in the world. Looking at big data obviously is one of the kind of, I don't want to say new because it's not really new. It's one of the up-and-coming technologies that are kind of part of a suite of 4R technologies that are changing the world. It enables continuous and high-resolution tracking of carbon emissions and gathering the data and then analyzing the data. You start to make sense of, for example, the carbon footprint of industries, of cities and ecosystems. So it plays a crucial role in climate change mitigation. If you look at the kinds of data that it collects, it uses IoT devices, it uses smart meters, satellite imagery. So you start to collect data from different kinds of data points, and you combine them together to get a kind of a full picture of a particular situation. So if you look here, by the way, I do have QR codes up if you want to link to some of these sites that I'm going to be talking about. So for example, Google has developed something called its Environmental Insights Explorer. And it uses big data and machine learning to estimate carbon emissions for over 100 cities worldwide. The idea is to help cities plan for carbon reduction strategies. I did go and look and see whether Pretoria or Tshwane was on their system. Yes, they're on the system, but there's no data that's currently really being collected. So you can imagine Google can collect data from all kinds of sources. They can collect data from their navigation systems, all sorts of things. So the whole idea is to collect data from different sources, to have a full view of what's happening out there when you do your analysis, or even to look at it from a particular viewpoint. So the benefits of data observatories, as I said, comprehensive monitoring. So you're monitoring 24/7. Things like emissions, you can monitor water sources, you can monitor all kinds of things. You can look at energy consumption, and once you actually start gathering the data, you can then start to have precise insights into carbon hotspots and trends. They're also quite critical in terms of regulatory compliance. I think this morning everyone heard a lot about what was needed. There's all kinds of new regulations that have come in to the country, maybe not so new, but so they help with compliance, both in terms of at a national level, but also at an international level. So if South Africa reports it has X number of carbon emissions, NASA's carbon monitoring system can actually check whether that's true or not. So, yeah, very, very interesting. They can kind of double-check everything we tell them. And then, obviously, improved decision-making. So you can use, once you have the data and you've analyzed the data, you can get insights into what's happening. So you can use data-driven insights in terms of supporting policy, in terms of making informed decisions about carbon reduction, resource optimization. So this is the very impressive system that NASA has put together, and they do check, they check what people have reported versus their climate commitments under the Paris Agreement. Now, obviously, if this is like so simple, then why isn't everyone doing it? Okay, it's not that simple, ever. So there are challenges. The main challenges are, number one, it's complex and quite hard to do. Number two, it costs a lot of money. You'll see some of the examples that are provided. I've provided one from the EU. I've provided one from Google and NASA. Now, obviously, those guys have got big pockets. So, it's maybe not as expensive for them. But as we see with all of these technologies popping up as part of the 4R, we can leverage technology to do things in ways that we could only dream about before. If you think about kind of 2 years ago, who would have thought you could have a conversation with an AI through a tool like ChatGPT? It was unthinkable. Yet today we take it for granted already. So there's new approaches to solving problems that we thought were unsolvable just a few years ago. There's a big focus on data as the new oil, and that oil is gushing. We are collecting data about everything at the moment, but I'm not sure that we're doing much with that data. And then, as I said, AI, machine learning, data analytics are making huge strides out there. They're part of our lives now. And there's huge opportunities to actually harness all of these new technologies to improve data accuracy, security, and integration. You can also start doing interesting things like forecasting and predictive analytics of carbon data, both at a kind of a company level, for example, at a city level, at a national level, and at a global level. And as I said, it's scalable. You start small and grow is the idea. So let's talk a bit about data observatories in South Africa. You'll notice that when I spoke about the big national, international observatories out there, where money is not an issue, they're doing very sophisticated things. So I don't even want to guess how much data is busy flowing at the moment, but they're collecting real-time data all the time. You don't need to collect real-time data all the time. In South Africa, it's a much simpler problem. There's data scattered everywhere. It's sitting on researchers' laptops. It's sitting on servers down the corridor. It's sitting within a government department that maybe doesn't exist anymore. It's sitting in spreadsheets. It's sitting in paper forms. So we have a major problem in South Africa with all of these data silos. So a quick win and a big win is actually even just combining all of these data silos into kind of a single source of truth. That hasn't been done. This is my dream. But there's huge opportunities just in doing that. So I've included some examples of South African data observatories. These are from the CSIR. They're from our other centres within the CSIR and clusters in the CSIR. There's a South Africa Development Indicators dashboard that anyone can access. There's the QR code there. Have a look. It's very, very interesting. There's the Logistics Observatory, which is only kind of really kicked off this year, and already they are discovering all kinds of interesting things about the South African logistics system. And then you'll see on the right there, it's called the National Policy Data Observatory Dashboard, but you might recognize it. So during COVID, what we did is we actually created a major data lake / data observatory here at the CSR, and all of the data from multiple sources around the country were collected into that database. So all of the statistics that you saw on the news and on the web, that all came from that particular data observatory, and very, very successful as well. So if we look now, we're keen to look at the concept of a data observatory for greenhouse gas monitoring in South Africa. There's a lot happening there. I'm not going to go into details. Everyone is welcome to download this presentation. There are national reporting requirements. There is a national greenhouse gas inventory. However, there are major gaps in this inventory. Some of our largest emissions organizations and facilities and sectors like the foundry sector, for example, doesn't have an inventory. If you don't have an inventory, how can you track what you're doing? There are quite a few voluntary initiatives happening. I know that a lot of the big companies and organizations like the mines and the energy sector are kind of doing stuff around green hydrogen, for example, because there needs to be a way of actually changing the current status quo. And then the carbon tax kicked in 2019. That was kind of initially it was a carrot and a bit of a stick until 2023. Now it's kind of a big stick and maybe a little bit of a carrot. So, legally, companies that emit greenhouse gases over a certain threshold have to report those greenhouse gas emissions. There are a lot of industry-specific efforts, and there has been an attempt through the SECO system to enable people to upload their greenhouse gas emissions on an annual basis. So the problems, the challenges in greenhouse gas monitoring. There's a distinct lack of industry-specific inventories in the country, especially the foundry sector. There's non-compliance amongst SMEs. This is a complex process. This is something SMEs aren't comfortable with. They don't have the skills. They don't have the funds to implement things. There's also the high cost of monitoring technologies. So continuous emissions monitoring systems, which continuously you set up the sensors in the system, let's say in a factory, and it continuously monitors what's happening on the factory floor in terms of emissions. I mean, we had a look at this. It was ridiculously expensive. We're talking millions of rands for one sensor. So, that's kind of really impossible to implement on a wide scale, even by the bigger organizations. If you look at the issue, as I've said before, limited skills and expertise, and then this lack of knowledge on proxy measurements. You don't have to put a continuous emission monitoring system in. You can use proxy emissions. So if you can measure how much electricity you're using, how much gas you're using, petrol, diesel, etc., there's something called emissions factors that will convert it into and help you actually report on those emissions in your environment. You don't have to use expensive equipment. And then inconsistent reporting and data quality. So we spoke this morning, they spoke about CBAM. So CBAM is a reality. I'm assuming everything was explained about CBAM. So, and the irritating thing is that the different implementations of CBAM are different. EU needs a different format report versus the UK, versus Dubai, versus the USA. it's a real headache. And some would say, well, that's an opportunity for consultants. But, why not make things a lot simpler and a lot cheaper? So there needs to be, we believe that there is a huge opportunity to create a greenhouse gas data observatory, initially focusing on foundries at the CSIR. So the reason, obviously, reason number one is CBAM. There needs to be a way to, and a tool for CBAM reporting. Opportunity number two, we know that the foundry sector is struggling at the moment. This can help them actually cut costs. If they actually are able to measure emissions on a continuous basis, they can start to understand how to be more efficient in their production processes. It will actually save them money if they start thinking in this way. And once you solve the problem in the foundry sector, which from what I've been told is quite a complex sector, it's a small sector that's under a lot of pressure, it becomes much easier to then expand into other manufacturing sectors as needed. And then the foundry sector has no trusted digital inventory. Can we actually create one for them as part of this greenhouse gas emissions monitoring process? So I know I'm running out of time. I'm going to flick through this. So we want to solve the problems that we are identified. So let's create the inventory. Let's support compliance among SMEs. Let's make it as easy as pressing a button and your report goes off. Let's make sure it's affordable. We live in South Africa. We have, there are challenges. We can't afford to pay millions of rand to actually go and monitor emissions. And often it happens once a year. So you pay a consultant quite a bit of money to come in. Over 8 hours, they actually monitor the emissions and you get a report. That does not mean that's an average of your emissions over the whole year. We need to de-skill the process, plug and play. There's this little box, you plug it in and your problem is solved. Use of proxy measurements, much simpler, much easier, much more affordable. And then consistent reporting and data quality. If your system actually formats according to what the particular CBAM authority needs, you don't need to worry about it. You can change the formatting a bit here and a bit there so that it conforms to what's needed out there. I'm going to quickly talk about, we've actually developed a proof of concept, and this is a bit of what we did. So the idea was to do trusted and verifiable data capture and collection from foundries themselves. That goes into a data lake. You combine it with other data that's out there. You have a data management and analytics platform. We develop what we call knowledge products. And these could be any products. So you could develop a decision support product, a reporting product, predictive analytics. What can I, where do I stand now? And if I had to continue in this way into the future, where will I stand in a year's time? And what do I need to do to mitigate? So that's what we see as a greenhouse gas data observatory for the foundry sector. And we wanted to make it available to foundries themselves so that they can actually monitor and react. We want to expand to wider industry. We want to make it available to government. So once we've actually combined the data responsibly, so we're not going to actually show, it's going to be aggregated data. National trading partners, we need to do that for CBAM, and then national compliance bodies. So yeah, that's kind of what we did. The proof of concept, I'm going to flick through. We did a very successful proof of concept where we developed an emissions dashboard. We worked with a local foundry, McQuaid, and we really appreciate the support we got from them. We monitored for 3 months. I'm going to flick through all of that. These are a few pictures. We didn't do everything automated. We actually had forms. We just didn't have the time or the funds to do a fully automated system. These are some of the reports that are generated. And we developed a dummy CBAM report as well. I'm saying dummy because they don't actually export. And yeah, that's it. So basically, what I'm saying there is, there's an opportunity here. We can be more competitive. We need to start really thinking about new ways of doing things using new technologies that are emerging. So thanks very much, guys. She kept on holding up the thing and I don't have my glasses on.
Am I audible? Yes, no, maybe. Okay. Oh, that's better. As I said that this was a practical sort of application session and I think Meryl's given a great sense of kind of approach that could be taken around how to deal with data and how to compile it and consolidate it. And again, this is with the big question, and even in the National Cleaner Production Centre environment, we're constantly being pressed for data. And I think you mentioned the comments around the challenges with getting data, and that I don't think it's only limited to the Greenhouse Gas Observatory. Those challenges and issues that were highlighted as to consistency of data availability, I think that's issues across the board in all formats of data that need to be collected. That moves us on, and I think now we want to see this in action and how can some of this be applied. And our next speaker is a duo collaboration. We've got Ms. Mbali Maro, and then we've got Davi Fourie. They'll be presenting and speaking to the best practices in data collection and management for monitoring, reporting, and finance applications. And just perhaps a little bit about those presenters before I call them up to stage, is that Mbali, as one of my close colleagues, she's a project manager within the Technical Quality and Standards portfolio within the NCPC, and her role is largely centered around the outputs and technical accuracy and quality assurance of the data and information that we do gather and collect through our industry engagement. She holds a master's degree in operations management and is also one of our local resource efficiency and cleaner production, or RECP, and energy management system certified UNIDO experts. So we've got a lot of years of experience there. She's been in the game for 15 years, involved in the manufacturing sector and focusing on process engineering and project management. Then just to introduce Davi, that we can make it streamlined. Davi is currently the managing director for Nero Solutions, I believe it is. And he's also an independent consultant involved in sustainability training and implementation support. He is also one of the NCPC's qualified trainers, which he is actually actively involved in a multiple number of disciplines which the NCPC offers and presents to industry and various other sectors. Okay, this is actually pretty useful in his ability to exploit his already acquired MBA and his manufacturing management and engineering qualifications. So this all provides a full package to industry and more specifically as well to the NCPC. He's also a qualified Six Sigma black belt, so it looks like we are in good hands with our two presenters. So if I could call up Mbali and Davi, if you would like to take your place.
OB, if you can start with Davi's presentation, mine will come after his. I'll just wait for you later.
The thing is just a bit down there, and the down one is 4. Whichever one, I think it's this one is so this one is should be 4.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Davi Fourie, and I think Kevin did me justice here, overly. The main qualification that is speaking to what we're going to do here today is that I am a qualified, certified energy management system, or CEM, as most of you call it, and a certified measurement and verification professional with the American Association of Energy Engineers. But we want to talk to data. We want to talk to data collection. And data collection is something that we know is not really simple. And I want to bring it down to grassroots levels. I want to bring it down to the mains and the basics of what we do when we do energy management systems implementation. And hopefully this can be learning for the foundry industry as well, because it's exactly the same thing. We don't do it differently at all. So in terms of other way around, yeah. In terms of data collection and storage, the first thing that got my focus when I thought of presenting this was that we're living in an age, or the age of digital technologies these days. And as we know, in the olden days, when I bought my computer, I had 286 megabytes, and that was enough. But these days, we're talking loads and loads of data. We have around 218, and this was 2007, for in the digital space, around 280 exabytes of data floating around there. So data is everywhere. Right now, we're talking about cloud and cloud storage. This is where data really sits, and it's just increasing every day. It seems like in 2025, there's going to be around 16 zettabytes, and this is not billion, but trillion gigabytes of data out there. But what we do in a practical sense, and this is bringing it down to grassroots again, we taking information from different sources. Hendrik spoke this morning about Hulamin and how they have meters, and I can attest to that. They have more than 100 meters measuring different significant energy use equipment. So we're using meter data, we're using bills. For smaller companies, SMEs that don't have meters, so we use normal bills, and we can capture those bills in a format that could be well read and understood. What's very important in this case is we have to meter variables, and Meryl spoke about all these databases that's out there for measuring variables. Variables in this case, and simple ones, are variables to production, variables to temperature, and other user-defined variables. So what we use in variables mostly for smaller companies like retail, the spas, we use degree C, or heating degree days, or cooling degree days, and that is coming from a database called the NASA satellite database, and we're pulling information from there so that we can use in the analysis. That will then have to be collected manually or via loggers or even different softwares, and from there, obviously, it needs to be stored somewhere, and this is where this problem is coming in. We're storing so much data, and there's so much data out there that if we don't use it, we're actually wasting time. In terms of data and what we normally teach in at the NCPC or the National Cleaner Production Center is that data has to be continuous, it has to be equal intervals, so that we can use this data to measure against variables, and we use the data in the variables and energy so that we can measure against each other and in synchronized format, put that into analysis, like regression analysis and so forth. We also doing, we should make sure that data is continuous. It should be correctly time-stamped. It also should not have extraneous values. Extraneous values, like for instance here, which seems like a monthly accumulated value, and also it should be free of estimates. And even in municipality bills these days, we know that there's a lot of estimations, but we want to use data that is quality and does not have estimates, so that we can make sure that that we do a good job when we do analysis. And analysis is most important, because in the analysis, as Meryl has said, you can now define the process and you can learn about the process, and you can make decisions according to what you've seen, that you've analyzed in the data. So what we're doing, especially when we talk about energy and energy management, we want to make sure that we measure variation in consumption, variation in energy. As we know, it's always there. When we get a bill this year, or let's make it monthly, this month versus a bill next month, normal electricity bill, it will not have the same numbers in it. If it's the same numbers, then it's estimated. So it's always variable, and we want to know what is varying that. And there are certain things that does that. Efficiency, investment, static factors meaning that if my plant was running in 3 shifts and all of a sudden we're descaling and downscaling to 2 shifts, the energy would also drop. It would be a one-time drop, so it will not vary routinely, so we need to collect that information. We need to collect information of relevant variables, information that says that when I'm producing this much, this is the amount of energy that I'm using. Relevant variables can be all different things, and we'll speak about examples of that. We should collect renewable energy sources. For instance, if we now have a solar system all of a sudden and we want to compare performance versus last year, the performance will look like we're saving energy. Meanwhile, we're actually consuming from the solar system as well. So all these things needs to be correctly measured, correctly collected. There has to be a data collection plan that speaks to how to collect, who should give you the data, when should you be inputting it, what's the data frequency, and so forth. So that plan should be a developed mechanism that's used so that the data collection process should be perfect. In data collection, and what we want to do with the data is we want to see what it tells us about our consumption. And here, in this example, we can see that we have consumption of a certain variable, kilowatt hours, and here we can see each month there's a different value in terms of variable as well as in terms of kilowatt hours. So for instance, for this month, this data point is telling me that I've produced this many variables and I've consumed this much kilowatt hours. We want to do this because we want to understand what the plant is doing and how it's consuming kilowatt hours. Normally when you run a plant, and mostly practical experiences has taught us that there would always be a base load, meaning that even if we don't make one single piece of widget or production or whatever we're making, we will still have consumption. And that base load would always be there. And that base load is sometimes at 5%, sometimes at 80%, depending on the process. And when you do this, obviously you want to make sure that you take that into consideration. So in the trend, we always try to not compare directly to only production units in terms of a specific energy consumption unit or kilowatt hours per production, because what that will be telling us is that in different cases, like for instance in this case here, where we are actually consuming higher than the average, we are actually doing good because we are lower than the kilowatt hour per production trend and so forth. So it shows us imprecise and inaccurate results. That is why we do regression analysis, so that we can get to the point of how much energy we're using per production unit, incorporating the base load into that. What we want to do basically with data collection is to view performance. So we create a baseline, which is that average best fit line between the points of my energy signature. And sometimes, obviously, you want to select a target, but where we want to get at is we actually want to measure how much did we consume this month versus the baseline, so that we can see if there is an improvement. Did we meet the target, yes or no? So these are the things that we do, but it starts with data collection. And sometimes data collection is a process that is frustrating, because we have to collect things like monthly energy from, let's say we're getting a bill from Treasury. Sometimes we have a normal electricity account, but also a green power electricity account, because the municipality in Port Elizabeth, each company is also, or most companies have got a green power consumption. So we have to analyze that. We create provisional bills. But sometimes you get a box of data like this here in printed format that you have to input into the system so that you can make the company understand what they're doing. So you should have a good system, energy management system, maybe aligned to ISO 9001, because we are inspection bodies. We use the system aligned to ISO 17020 or 1720, 17020, and these things here obviously is there so that we can use this data. And when you use the data, you do some analysis, and I'm not going to focus on this analysis because I'm going to speak to it later on. But the regression will tell you something, and you can then verify your consumption versus the, in this case here, it is heating degree days. You can do all sorts of analysis so that you can understand your data and you can make decisions based on your understanding. Same here. What's important here is we know Eskom. We know Eskom has got a wagon wheel. We know that energy costs are different in different times of the day if you are on a time of use tariff. So this is also important to analyze so that you can come up with things that make sense to you in terms of your data collection, in terms of all your energies in, where is it flowing to, and from these different plants, where is it going to in terms of significant energy use equipment. Okay, so these things are important, and this is just basically to show performance versus a baseline to see if we did well or if we didn't do well. So these are examples that I want to talk through, but first I'm just going to skip through this slide because this is what we all know. This is the process for energy management systems, ISO 50001, but what we want to get at from the data collection is that we need to come up with energy consumption trends. We need to set up energy baselines, energy performance indicators, specifically for significant energy use equipment so that we can get to understanding where we need to go to provide opportunities for improvement. Sometimes we look for variables. Variables is not easy to find. Sometimes we look for variables, and sometimes you'll find variables that associates with your energy consumption and sometimes not. And I see I'm almost out of time. Being practical, I'm going to skip to some of these slides. The software that I'm using in my day-to-day business is Red Screen, which talks about a cycle of data from collecting the data. Your location is linked to a weather pattern. You have facility information that you put in. You can put in energy, but I'm going to focus on data and performance analysis. Okay. What we see here is data collected over a period. And here we can see data collected. Here we have a data stream only for one of these meters, a data stream with around 74,000 lines or rows. And this data stream has got data for this 1 meter every 30 minutes. And we use this data to tell us a few things. We take that information, and like Meryl says, there are conversion factors. We then use the same information to make sure that we convert to tons of CO2 so that we can work out footprint as well from the information. Be it natural gas or electricity, you convert it into tons of CO2 equivalent emissions, and you also link it to a cost value. And once you have it in a cost value, this cost value will then afford you the opportunity to do performance analysis. Okay, so some examples. In this case here, as we can see, the performance within this year, 2023, was lower than the consumption in this year. And here we would think that now, if we set a baseline on 2023, we would think that 2024 was worse performance. But forgetting that we need to look deeper. And if you have data, you can do that. You look deeper, and what we found here in this period here, when you look at a period, you can see all these load shedding periods. So we had load shedding in 2023, before April or after April. There was no load shedding on this specific wastewater treatment plant system. So that means this needs to be filled up with whatever you're consuming. In this case was diesel because of generators, so the diesel consumption is not in there. We also look for variables when it comes to street lights. With street lights, you always have to look at nighttime hours. There's a URL that you can use to find daylight hours. You can convert it by 24 hours minus daylight would give you nighttime hours. And you can then use that to make sure that you provide a good analysis on daylight. And in this year, this lighting opportunity, we could then see a good improvement when we set times slightly different. And in April, we had constant energy usage. That's why it was a bad performance period, but mostly this is good. And with daylight hours, there's an 87% regression to the consumption of these street lights, meaning they are controlled well. Things like normal variation. Sometimes you get normal variation. You don't need to do anything. We also get situations where we have more than one variable. We do multivariate regressions. We have more than one variable in this. If Hendrik was here, he would have seen that this is his information. Hendrik, sorry for using your information without asking. It's just an example. So in this example here, we can see that here we're using can body, can ends, tab stock, as well as other variable to find out what the real regression was around 97%. But here, all of a sudden, we saw a huge improvement, and this was incorrect. It looked like we saved, but when we looked deeper, we saw that it wasn't actually a saving. So that's why we have to analyze these things. When we looked deeper, we saw that for this green can body here, which was very low in this period, 2022 to 2023, October 2023, we just saw can body change. So there was a shift in the production of can body, and that caused the situation. But we then had to adjust by adding all the masses together versus total allocated energy, and we could actually see a 96% regression, and we could also see that we actually were not performing very good in that specific for that specific machine. So these are the things that we're learning. I still have 1 minute. I'm still in time. Sometimes you think that you have saved a lot, but when you really do deep analysis, you find that for this CDC example, that these for this company in that period just before the saving, we could see a normal, normal commercial consumption, and just after that, we could see reductions here during the day, which means that now they're using solar, and the solar is now we're consuming from solar, so it's not really a performance improvement, but it's a solar system implementation. Yeah, so just to understand what these things are meaning when you do the analysis. Sometimes we find situations where we have, for instance, a compressor in this case here, and this compressor all of a sudden showed us very good results. But when we looked into these results, we could find that between there and there was a different compressor feeding information into this area, as well as between there and there, 10 and 14. 10 and 14, what that means was for 10 years, the compressor has failed, and we actually got air from C1 or a different building in this case. And that is why it seems like we were doing good, but we were not doing that well in terms of performance. So this is the type of things that we are doing to make sure that we understand and we use the data to make sense for our clients. And once we do that, obviously, then they can also take it over by themselves and make sense for themselves going forward. In this case here, data is very good when it comes to accuracy, if it's accurate, and the analysis would be good, and then it can be used for performance monitoring, carbon disclosure, or other types of finance applications. It's very important that data is collected. It must be correctly formatted. If the format is good, there's not much work to be done so that you can put it into analysis. Data analysis, you need to use the output in a manner that you understood. Too much data, data is never too much. For me, data is never too much. I love playing with data. So this is what we do in terms of data, collecting the data, and then using the data for purposes of improving plants. So thank you very much. Yeah. Now I can listen to you.
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mbali Murwe. Davi and I are tag teaming on the data presentation. I'm going to be taking you through my presentation, focusing from an NCPC's perspective. Once Davi has been through the jungle of collecting data, then what do we do with the refined or the repurposed data that Davi and other consultants would have done? I'm going to skip through this because I think the NCPC has been introduced, but I'm here representing them, so the introduction has to be about the NCPC. I'm stressing this again, as Davi has stressed it as well, just because of who we are as the NCPC and the type of reporting or the type of data that we have. We still advocate for accurate data collection. Data collection is critically the first step in any sustainable consumption and production assessment. Therefore, it has to be done accurately because it has a cascading effect on the accuracy of the data and how you interpret it, as Davi has shown you, at company level, and how we will interpret it at stakeholder or government level. And critically so, this data will be the data that you will use for your environmental or economic assessment, and also just to monitor any consumption impact for your company. And we say if done correctly, it will definitely enhance your efficiency monitoring and also your reporting. So therefore, it's important that we do it correctly instantly. And ultimately, it will pave the way for integration of sustainability projects. I think this is the space that we find ourselves in as a country, and each company, unfortunately, right now, you cannot not have any sustainability projects within your company, but they require you to do data collection. So moving on, just on a few benefits of accurate data. Yes, it enhances reporting, and it also gives you some transparency on your operation. You know the type of data that goes into your company, the types of patterns that are there. Therefore, you will have transparent operation reporting. It will definitely assist with compliance with any regulations, be it air emission regulations, be it tax regulations and so forth. You will need to comply with that, and you can only comply once you have data that is analyzable and that is accurate. Definitely what we advocate for as NCPC is operational efficiency. Never mind the type of resources that you have in the company. We advocate that with your data, you will definitely, once you've analyzed it, you'll identify any wastages, be it in material or be it in any other sources, be it energy, water, and so forth. And you'll also identify wastages and also inefficiencies, and then from there onwards, you can derive strategies to improve your operations and your significant material or waste or energy users. And definitely then from that, it will eventually lead you to calculating some cost savings now once you've implemented any optimization strategies within your company. And from an NCPC's perspective as well, it will ensure that it improves efficient stakeholder engagements. You know, when we stand in platforms or have collaboration projects with other stakeholders, once we have solid, accurate data that we can provide or that we can collaborate with, we will make sure that those projects are successful. But within a company's perspective as well, you will be building trust with different companies that we as NCPC work with. You know, we are using accurate data, and also when we do maybe at industry-wide studies or sectoral studies, once we know that we're using accurate data, we will definitely gain trust from those stakeholders. And of course, this is also fundamental, reporting on sustainability initiatives within our space or within our country or provinces, and also just track the progress of that. So Davi has touched on this, but I just want to emphasize on it. At this point in time, we will forever be using these three methodologies of collecting data right now. We would do the paperwork, the box of paperwork, sieve through it, and then input it into any data system that we have, be it Excel or any online software, but definitely we are still using these three. And yes, as NCPC, we will forever be encouraging companies to move to the smart metering because it's accurate, it gives real-time data, but we also understand the cost implication of it. Therefore, we'll still do the generic surveys and manual audits that we do. It is a tedious process, but it's worth it if we do it instantly and we do it correctly the first time. We also advocate for industries or organizations to do self-reporting, which is also important. Then we can tap into that data and use it as well. I'm sure from the case studies that we've shared in this conference and also the promotional material that has gone out from NCPC, just hyping up this conference, you've seen some of the figures that are displayed on the screen. These figures, we use it from the data that we would have gathered, and we make sure that we only use data that we know it's accurate and it's been collected properly. So our savings calculations that are displayed here. This is the energy one, water and waste, and then eventually the carbon emissions there. We use all the data gathered from companies to calculate what is the impact of NCPC. This data is only on companies that NCPC have assessed, have walked the journey of implementation, monitored the progress on the projects that we would have started, and then eventually have done case studies on seeing how our journey of efficiency has taken us. So that is how we get to these figures. I generally get a lot of questions when people come through our work to say, how did you get to these numbers? So now I just wanted to clarify that we ensure that we get it from the work that we have done, and we only use accurate data that we trust in order to calculate these figures. And of course, we have to also supply our data to government department as well. The first one, it has to be the DTIC, who is our funder. And definitely, we believe that our data contributes in the green industry policy and other related efforts, of ensuring that we promote economic ventures in South Africa that have a lower environmental impact. But also we believe that we need to also continue to promote the development of circular economy, and that we believe that data sources or data supplied is important, and it's an anchor of circular economy as well. And we believe also that our data and our work that we submit to the DTIC supports in the formulation of incentive grants, and definitely we believe it also have an impact in any international trade negotiations that happens at DTIC level. We also partner with Department of Science and Technology, just for us being here at the CSIR, CSIR being funded by the Department of Science and Technology. So our data also contributes to their feasibility studies that they do, some research work that they do that promotes green technologies, and also right now the big one being the green hydrogen project. If I move on, definitely we cannot not work or collaborate with the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment as the custodian of tracking our national emissions. So our data also goes to them. I'm just highlighting these government departments just to see the importance of gathering data. It does not end only at NCPC, but it goes further, and actually it impacts our national reporting and submissions as well. So Department of Fisheries, we also submit data to them based on the work that we have done in different industries, and that impacts the country's reports that is submitted. We also do some interactions with Department of Minerals, Resource and Energy. In the data, from our data, it contributes when they are doing benchmarks and baseline studies, and also right now we will contribute as well in the review of the National Energy Efficiency Strategy. We will continue to work with them and submit all the relevant data sets that will impact the review of this strategy. And really, I added this slide just to highlight these four pillars of the impact of our sustainability that we collect as NCPC. Definitely in policy recommendations, there is no other way that we can supply data and it doesn't influence policy, specifically policies around the sustainability space. There are different of them. It can be tax incentives or tax regulations. It can be carbon pricing, water management, and so forth. Our data plays a big role in that. There's also customized solutions that we develop with our collaborative partners. We've got one that is currently running right now with the Danish government that is more water focused. We developed, in conjunction with our partners, a water balance, and then we've recruited companies that we work with where this is actually piloted, where real-time data is collected, and then futurely we would like to see how the water balances will actually work in those companies. Definitely benchmarking. I think it's important, especially in benchmarking and baselines, that we start to use real-time or accurate data and move away from estimates so that it can really give a real, true meaning into that particular industry. So we have started to do a few. We have identified the data gaps in that, and we will try to ensure that we close them. We will not close them now. It's still a long journey just because of the differences in the economic space of our country, and also just that the software or the tools of gathering data, they are not free, they have a price tag attached to it. And also you are going into a company space wanting data that is a bit private according to them, so you also need to gain trust. You need to ensure that you formulate working relationships before you move to that. As Meryl said as well, that maybe you can use proxies, but if you don't have basic data as energy consumption, then the proxies as well are almost invalid or unusable. So it's important that we gather that relationship with companies and that we move forward in developing meaningful baselines that are relating to the South African's perspective. And then, yes, for us, resource savings, yes, we would like to show off and say this is how much we've saved, but we can only do that once we have accurate data that is collected. My ideal world, I'm advocating that we have some sort of a data management system. I think if I dream big, I'll side with Meryl, have a data observatory. But I think if we can just start small, have a data platform where we can plug in all our initiatives and plug in all the data that we collect and be able to track it and monitor it and develop trends. And also make sure that the data is adaptable and flexible to be used by other stakeholders as well in their different research or in their different feasibility studies or benchmark studies. And also maybe streamlined data analysis tools, as Davi has shown you the different graphs and the different trends that he has done. Thanks to Hulamin, Hendrik, I think you should be co-author of our presentations as well. It's for companies like that that open up for us and share this data and give us an opportunity to analyze and pinpoint trends or important information that we need to take note of when we move to other companies. And it will be ideal that we are able to integrate our data collection or our data management system with other departments' data management system, just to make sure that we stop sending each other spreadsheets and that everyone can access the data when they need it, but for an appropriate use. And also when it comes to policy recommendations or review of any sustainability reporting or review of any incentive, that it's done with accurate real life or recent data. You know, it's one thing that we submit the data, but it needs to be accurate and it also needs to be as recent as possible so that it depicts the current situation that we are in. The next steps for us as NCPC, it goes without saying that we need to increase our collaborative efforts within our stakeholders and institutions. That is fundamental because there's different institutions or different organizations, but working in the same space. And I think it will be ideal if we learn to share information amongst each other, then going back individually to industry associations or to sectors, asking for more or less the same information. And ideally also we need to carry on collectively working on standardizing the data collection methods and platforms. That will make sure that it's easy for us to analyze and it's easy for us to also interpret. And importantly as well is that the data collected, it must be managed in a way that's really flexible, you know, and accessible for any other reporting. And I think my last one, I was in and out of putting it here, but I think we need to continue to invest in initiatives that will improve the data collection process, the storage, and also the analysis initiatives. Just bearing in mind that the industries that we are working with are different and the financial implications of it. And also just to make sure that everyone is actually involved or included when we do the different analysis. And I just highlighted these four strong partners that we still need to continue to work with, because we are working in the same space, we are using the same data, we are producing similar work as well, and in most instances, we are collaborating with the same company. So it's important that we strengthen and we ensure that we carry on partnering and doing collaborative work. Also to avoid repetition, one can focus on this particular sector, the next can focus on that, but we are able to share the information so that we increase the impact as well. So these are our key partners and our key stakeholders that will forever carry on engaging in it. CSIR being there, because CSIR as well has a bigger arm, if I can use that word, because it has different institutions also internally, but also working around climate change, sustainability projects. So it's imperative that we still foster and carry on collaborative and information sharing sessions amongst these organizations. My presentation was really going to be short because Davi was going to cover most of it, but ultimately it was just to highlight that data is important, it is relevant, we just need to all pull together and collaborate in ensuring that we have one data management system that we can all leverage on and ensure that we come up with a solution to ensure that we move forward in the efficiency space. That is all from me. Hopefully I've answered all the questions that I generally get at NCPC. What do we do with the data that we submit to you? So I've just highlighted through the processes or the different segments of data and how we actually submit it to different stakeholders. But we will continue the engagement with different spheres. Thank you, Meryl, for joining us. Yes, the ideal goal is the data observatory, but I think we need to start small and just ensure that at company level, let companies understand why do we need to collect data and why do we need to interpret it and how they can benefit before escalating to us at NCPC level. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for listening to me. Thank you. That's all from my side.
Right. Thank you, Mbali and Davi. I think that's given us a good insight. And I kind of like the way the presentations have flowed. We've had Meryl starting off, gave us an indication of how one could deal with and consolidate the data in the lakes and various other mechanisms. Mbali and Davi have given an insight as to getting into a company and how to extract that data and what can be done with it. And now our final presentation for today is going to be from Vinesh Miraj, and he's going to share with us something around the digitization of the Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive requirements for environmental reporting and an case study that they've done for ArcelorMittal. And I think that pulls it nicely together because we've seen the progression of what you can do with data, and I think this now will show how you can spit that information and data out in a consolidated form in a meaningful report for industry. So Vinesh, if I can ask if you would come up while I introduce you. So, as I indicated, Vinesh will be speaking to the digitization of corporate sustainability reporting initiative they undertook. Vinesh is the Director in the Operations Transformation Department at PricewaterhouseCoopers, South Africa. He's been working with clients in the energy, utilities, resource and industry manufacturing areas since 1995, so he's probably a little bit like me. We've got a CapEx number on our head. And he's also been the leader of the smart manufacturing practice. And in addition to that, he's currently also a registered professional engineer. His key focus and interest and emphasis at the moment is around digital strategy formulation, manufacturing information management systems, incorporating 4RR technology roadmaps development, and as well as industrial automation and control. So you can see all of this links in very strongly with the collection and consolidation and gathering of data, and what do you do with it now. So I'm going to hand over to Vinesh, and he can inform us of what they've done. Thanks, Vinesh.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, sound check. I don't think you can hear me. Can you hear me now? Yes. Perfect. Yeah, thank you so much, Kevin, for that kind introduction. So I have the unenviable task of being between you guys and your lunch. So I will try and keep this to the 20 minutes and tell you about an 8-month project in 20 minutes. So please bear with me as I go through this. So I'll be talking to you about 3 things. So introducing the companies involved, then telling you what CSRD is all about in a few slides, and thereafter taking you through an overview of the project. So as you heard, I can't mention the client because I am an engineer and not an auditor, and we have certain corporate compliance requirements. So you know who the client is, but I will not put the client's name on the slides. But you can see they're the largest steel manufacturer in Southern Africa, and they serve 27 countries, and they have over 10,000 people. We are working with all of their operations in South Africa, as well as their head office in Europe. And we as PwC, as you probably know, we are auditors and accountants, but we actually have a consulting division, which is not very well known, so I'm here to represent them. And I am an engineer, as you heard, so we're not all accountants. And our role in the smart manufacturing business and the consulting part is to solve the important problems of our clients and create sustained outcomes. And this CSRD reporting was a very, very important compliance problem to solve. So, what is CSRD? So, if you are not European headquartered, you probably haven't heard about this. So it's a corporate sustainability reporting directive. It's part of the EU Green Deal to ensure that Europe becomes completely carbon neutral by 2050. And it has various criteria. So who is over 50,000 companies? As you can see the criteria there, and it's the EU entities. If you meet any of those 2 criteria, be it the 25 million euros in assets, or the 650 million euros in turnover, or the 250 employees in the European Union, you have to then comply with this. If you're non-European, you don't get away with it. One of our pharmaceutical clients has got operations in Europe, significant operations, and they have to comply with this regulation, I would call it, because it's a directive. So and that's what created the urgency for our client, the first reports have to be in by January 2025. Similar to how CBAM has to be in by 2026 when you actually have to start buying CBAM certificates. So there's a lot of pressure coming from Europe in very short spaces of time. And the why is, I think we all understand that, right? We are seeing more and more climate change. We in South Africa are experiencing that quite drastically, particularly in KZN and the Western Cape and the Eastern Cape. And we need to all understand our responsibility towards having a more sustainable economy. So it has to be in the benefit of the 3 Ps, people, planet, as well as profits. So from a timeline perspective, 2025 first year, but then thereafter larger entities become liable in 2026, and you can see the other timelines going all the way to 2029. So there's a bit more detail about what CSRD is all about. It covers your basic ESG, which is becoming in vogue now, and it has 2 main standards, the ESRS1 and ESRS2, and they have different purposes, but I'll just focus on the 3 main areas, and as you heard in the introduction, we're speaking more about the environmental aspects here. So it's all encompassing, looking at environmental, social, governance, and you can see because of the social, you're talking about everything in your value stream. The workforce, people in your value chain, your communities around you to maintain your social license to operate, as well as your consumers and end users. And this becomes important when you start looking at just what you call the Scope 3 emissions. So, under environmental, which was the focus of this project, we had to look at the impact of climate change. Under E1, pollution, which is obvious for most manufacturing industries, water and marine resources, biodiversity and ecosystems, which wasn't as relevant here, and resource and circular economy, which I think we need to encourage more about in South Africa. So an overview of the project that we did to help the client report on these parameters, the E1 to E5. The client standardized on Microsoft Sustainability Manager globally, and they needed to meet the January 2025 deadline. They are a bit slow out of the blocks, and they engaged us in March this year to get the project done. We mobilized with our global team who are helping other ArcelorMittal entities to comply. The local project included the automation of all the Excel-based systems, and yes, you're not alone. Everybody has got this MES, Microsoft Excel system, and it's one Excel that leads to another Excel that leads to another Excel. And the financial people give you an Excel sheet, which is then used by the environmental people. And we had nested Excel sheets to deal with here. And PwC was selected by ArcelorMittal as the global partner to implement the MSM system. We needed to map all the data to automate the process from source to target, and I'll spend a lot of time describing that to you, which is what you want in Bali. So this is a summary of the project before I get into the details thereof. So if you look at the challenges there, they wanted to standardize and streamline the current processes of manual data collection, which I'm sure most of you are struggling with in this room. They needed to enable significant improvement in the traceability of the environmental data, understanding that this is a directive, it's compliance, you have to have full audit trail, etc., etc. And they wanted to have a common platform for users to query the data and all of the different parameters, and even forecast how they would be attaining the net zero and other goals. And I'm sure that's what you want, Timbali. So the benefits derived was, a single source of truth. This is that whole holy grail that we all are trying to strive to, get to the one source of data, not have multiple systems where you're exporting to CSV files and then collating to another Excel spreadsheet. Accurate reporting, because we know where there's manual entry, there's potential finger problems, and as you saw there, that large monthly data that you have to pick up, so somebody has to do some data quality analysis. The traceability of the data, that's why we want to do away with spreadsheets and go to the actual source of the data. Planning and monitoring to enable you to see how you're going to achieve your goal, and tracking your progress, because most clients we have conversations with have got net zero commitments, either 2030, 2035, 2050, but you ask them how much they've reduced the carbon, and if they're on track to achieve that, it's difficult to get the answer. And they wanted wide coverage because obviously this client has got operations across the entire world. I won't go through all the details. I'll talk through that in the next few slides about how we actually went solving this problem. So the conceptual data architecture is what we call data as a service. Now this is also, we've applied this principle to the mining industry, and the mining industry has adopted this, and there's a pilot project being rolled out as well. So you can see data is this data. It can be applied everywhere. But what this talks about is source to target mapping. So you normally have all your sources on the left-hand side here, and you can see there's different types of sources. It can be a database, it can be another system via API, it can be an IoT data source, it can even be an Excel spreadsheet. And then you ingest that data, then you land it, and then you transform it, then you structure it, you create insights from it, and then you present it to the user, and you try and automate as much of that process as possible. So in this, you can see there's a semantic layer, which is giving you all the additional information around the data. but you also need some data science around it to get extracted deep insights. So you can see the 3 types of data, which is structured data, which normally comes from most of your transactional type systems. You have the unstructured data, which will be pictures, voice notes, etc., which people don't normally collect, which is now becoming important. And then your streaming data, which is normally from your IoT sensors, etc. And in this instance, the client had decided to go to IoT sensors because they had a large number of water meters that were sitting out in the sticks that needed to be collected, and you don't have a reliable power supply there. They have to be battery operated. If you do put solar panels, they're going to be vandalized and the batteries stolen. We know South African challenges we have. So you have to be very creative in how you collect this data from very, very remote locations. So the as-is architecture of the client was as follows. You had 3 main source systems, the SAP ERP system, because that's where most of the financial data stood, how much you paid for all these different environmental things you bought. And then you had an environmental system where they collated all the information from their various control systems. So they have their control system running all the operations, and that had all these continuous emission monitoring systems that cost millions of rands coming into it, and then that aggregated data and fed it into this environmental monitoring system. And then, as I mentioned earlier, tons and tons of Excel files with multiple workbooks, worksheets in a workbook that link to other workbooks. So, sorry, maybe go back there. So basically, that data was fed into a data lake. The client had already adopted Microsoft, as you would have expected. They had a lakehouse, and they had the typical medallion architecture, which is a bronze, silver, and gold, which that means anything to you if you understand this architecture. And the challenge with this was that it was an uncontrolled environment. So instead of being a nice data warehouse or data lake, it actually became a data swamp because everybody put in stuff there. And the good principles of data as a service is you land the data once and you use it multiple times. So you don't have duplication, and that makes your processes more efficient. So they asked us also as part of the project to ensure that we start helping clean up what was going on in there because it was an uncontrolled environment. And then you use all the Microsoft tools like Synapse, etc., to analyze the data. And then they had the Synapse serverless SQL pool. Serverless meaning it does not store the data, it just processes the data. So there's some business intelligence concepts. So we have to measure the CO2, right? But you just talk about all the complexity that our colleagues before spoke about. It's very simple to say I got X tons of CO2, but the question is, when did you measure this actual variable? So that needs to be tagged to the actual value. The next question is, where was the CO2 produced, which site, which machine, etc., etc. So you have another parameter you need to consider there. And then finally, in what category does this data fit? Because you need to categorize your data under E1 to E5 for reporting purposes. So that's where we had to now contextualize all of this data for the client within their environment. So this is a typical conceptual data model that we built. This is the client's spreadsheet. With their permission, we're showing it to yourselves. And here, what we're doing is mapping relationships because now we want to get insights out of the data. So wherever you see an X here, it's where there's a relationship between the horizontal row and the vertical column. So you can draw insights like where your oxygen came from, etc., etc. Using that, we then created the logical data model, which now shows you the relationships between all your different data sets. So you can see there's multiple tables here. Some of them are sitting in the ERP, some of them are Excel spreadsheets, which is typical things like sales data, procurement data, consumption data, all mixed up, and we had to now make sense of that. So standard in Microsoft Sustainability Manager, they've already configured the water, waste, and CO2 data models, but we had to create the air data model as part of the evolution. We are working very closely with Microsoft in evolving the Microsoft Sustainability Manager so that it keeps getting more and more functionality. So if you look at the data flow in what happened here, just a couple of examples. If you look at the complexity involved to get to a high level of maturity, You've got your data sources, which is once again the source to target mapping type philosophy I was talking about earlier. You're at SAP as one source where you have a start. You collect all your Scope 1 information from your Scope 1 files. You've got your Scope 2 files. Then you've got your other data source files. And then you've got everything else in between. And you can see different people's names, who these files belong to, etc., etc. And then eventually you get to the actual consolidated information, which is in a report. A similar one for the data flow for each of the for the waste flow. Here you can see it was not as well automated. There's no ERP information in here. We're collecting information here from weigh bridges and other things, and some of it is just purely manual data ingestion, which then creates challenges when you want to now use this for compliance, because now you need some assurance on the data from an auditor, because the organization will need the CSRD organization will require you to validate what you're presenting to them. As you can see, everything had to be mapped out in a fair amount of detail. So what we came up with as a final to-be architecture for them was, you've got your 3 primary data sources, as you can see there in the top left-hand corner. Then you've got your shop floor systems, which is those water meters we spoke about, plus the client wanted to use the IoT, which is in this case used to be recommended a LoRa WAN, long-range WAN, wireless radio, actually up to 120 kilometers, to collect information from those very far-flung water meters and other devices. And then that would be brought into a IoT streaming layer to be ingested into the overall data lake, or we're calling it a lake house because it's a combination between a data lake and a data warehouse. And then that's where you see a normal medallion architecture, very similar to the beginning, but what you see the difference here is there is a corporate Microsoft sustainability instance, and then there's a virtual local MSM instance for the local organization to use and get their insights from. And there's data validation across the entire area, so this whole solution will be audited by the client's external auditors next year in February to show that the data is valid, is being handled thoroughly, correctly, and then presented correctly as well. What you see at the top right-hand corner here is their self-service reporting. Because you have now this lakehouse with all this wonderful data, you can draw whatever information you want based on relationships of the data in the database. So you can bring up whatever insights you want between water, air, oxygen, or any other pollutants, etc. And the other part was the IoT piece. And those 2 pieces are going to be done in a different phase because the priority was to get the initial CSRD part up and running. So the timeline for this project was 6 weeks to do the analysis and come up with the design. And then we have 6 months to implement that. And that's where we are halfway through this project in September. The deadline is for November to get everything done and reported on, so we can test it so that the 1st of January, before everybody goes on holiday, and the 15th of December, this is all up and running, and they can then be confident with their reporting when they get audited in February. And with that, I've managed to keep within my time limit. So thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Vinesh. Yeah, I'm in awe. We're really jealous about that because I think that's something we were also very closely eyeing. So hopefully we can get to that point. Ladies and gents, that concludes the presentations for today. But I know we're running a little bit late. I think lunch has been pushed to 1:45 now, so we're not too bad on that. And we did start a few minutes late on the session. But I would like to maybe give an opportunity if there's any questions that need to be asked. Yeah, I see a hand up on the top there. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Karine Jafta. I just wanted to, with the 2 first slides, how does the use of solar and getting off the grid in long term affects our economy and the GDP if we look at the sustainability and also scaling with data analysis? And then also the recycling, the data for recycling of solar panels, stats and data regarding that, and how impact in analysis can also be part of the analytics to steer us in the right direction if we look at different levels of impact, either within the economy or within the environment. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to confirm, did you have anybody particular in mind that you were posing the question to?
The gentleman with the energy usage. Sorry, I don't get his name.
Would it be Darby in that?
Yes, that's it, yeah.
You can use that. Thanks.
Thank you for the question. In terms of solar, when it comes to solar, the way we do when we do energy analysis, we always make sure that we include solar as a different energy stream, making sure that we don't see solar as or the impact of solar as better performance in the performance period rather than the baseline period. But in terms of the environmental impact of solar, I would not be 100% clear on what that would mean, Kevin. So maybe rephrase your question.
Yeah, when you look at recycling of solar panels, currently in South Africa, we don't have proper recycling systems in place to do so. So what is going to happen in the next 10, 20 years or 50 years when it comes to the impact on the environment?
Very good question, and it will be an impact, because I can also already see, working with municipalities, that municipalities in Europe, after using their solar systems after 20 years, they're actually posting it to municipalities in Africa. So that is called dumping, and that should not happen. From a point of view of South Africa, I don't think we do allow dumping. But in terms of making sure that solar systems has a way forward in terms of landfill and getting it to the correct way of sustainably managing its end of life, I'm sure the programs are being set up for it now. I cannot say that I know the processes or the programs, but it's something that we should all research on. I wouldn't have an answer for that.
Thanks, Darby. I'm just checking. I've seen a couple of hands there. Okay, Inga, do you want to go first? Or?
Thanks, Kevin. I'm Inga Makotla, Project Manager for the NCPC. My question, I think, is also directed to Davi's presentation, just around the type of meters that we can use to feed the information to the red screen platform. Does it need to be online metering that can feed such information? I suppose the aim was to take out the manual feed of information to that red screen. So what type of meters, I suppose then maybe Hendrik as well can respond to that. Maybe they're using a Schneider product or anything like that to feed such information. Then my last question, I suppose, might be directed to Mbali as far as the period of the data that we need in developing the baseline. How far back can we go? I know some companies might have started with collecting data as far as 5-6 years ago, and they've suddenly stopped collecting that data. And now all of a sudden they realize that they do need to collect data for starters. Then in developing a regression analysis that was made mention of. So how far back can we go in submitting this data? Is a 5-year period still fine? Or should we move forward in terms of developing a baseline? What data or what period would you accept in developing that baseline? Thank you.
Cool. Can I take your question, then the panelists can give it some thought while we tackle the first one. But do you want to?
Yeah. Thank you very much. Leseja Moroba, I represent ZA Space, which coordinates the South Africa space industry, including BRICS and some other portfolios within the DTIC, including science and innovation on science diplomacy. There's a concept of a hyperscaler infrastructure that can be built at Guha, the special economic zone. And Meryl, I think your data observatory is something that fits in very well over there, so I'd definitely like to link you up with some of the proponents within the investment office there, so that we can get this built within the next 2 years. At scale, for South Africa, public and private sector, and to a minimum of another 17 African countries. I'd also like to find out how do we link this data observatory across all the centers of excellence as well as all the national key points, because fundamentally that is a key resource that we should be leveraging as a baseline to create a backbone for the rest of industry, and I don't see that happening at the moment. The third question I've got is on the solar side, specifically on residential, there's a lot of excess power production there that is absolutely going to waste. Are there any solutions we can look at over there to make sure that we leverage the infrastructure as invested by the citizens? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
So if I can manage Inga's question.
Yeah.
Inga, thank you for the question. In terms of data flow into Red Screen, there's a few ways in which you can get it in there. So CSV file, you set it up as an upload table, and you can press a button and it will upload every month. So that's the one way, and that's also the way I manage Hulaman's data. It's from a CSV file that I pull into the system. But there are links, SQL links that you can use to program a meter so that you can move information directly. In terms of already set up meters, there are certain types of meters that's already set up that you can use green button. There's a green button that you can press and it will pull information from meters like that, like the hydro and so forth. But that's more European. For South Africa, right now we're using APL source into SQL and from SQL directly into Red Screen. Okay.
Thanks, David. Bali, do you want to take the data one on the period?
Thank you, Iga, for your question. We generally say we require minimum 12 months of data, but ideally 36 months is much better because of the many different data points that you would have had. But I wouldn't necessarily, Inga, put a year of saying as far back as 5 years or so, but I would say as long as the data is accurate, it has no gaps, there are no estimation, and it's actually the true reflection of what is currently happening in that process, then the data can be easily used for formulating a baseline. Even when you reach the stage of formulating a baseline, you need to go through the few points that I've said. Is the data accurate? Are there no gaps? Are there no estimation? What is currently happening in the operation? Because you need to take those parameters into effect. And also, as much as a baseline is standard, but it doesn't mean it cannot be adjusted or it cannot be reviewed as you proceed in your efficiency journey. It's just that it will depend on the quality of data, but as far as possible, as long as it has met the above requirements. Thank you.
Thanks, Mbali. Okay, hopefully that covers that one. Meryl, do you want to have a crack at the the one about the links to the observatories.
Yeah, so I'm actually visiting Kucha on Monday, speaking to a lady called Micah Vetch about something totally different. So thanks for the tip. I'll actually bring this up with her as well, literally on Monday. So yeah, thank you. So around, how do we get, basically your question is kind of how do we actually get government to think in terms of data observatories for collecting data towards this kind of holy grail of a single source of truth. It's not from lack of trying. So we have spoken, originally we got a little bit of funding from the Department of Science and Innovation for our proof of concept that we've developed. Yeah, it's an issue, and we've presented to DTIC as well. There hasn't been that much interest. So we're obviously speaking to the wrong people. So, any advice you have there would be very, very welcome. I'll speak to you afterwards and I'll get your email address, etc. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for that. I'm just we're just checking as well if there's anything online that came through. But in the interim, I think there was a question on my right here. I'm not sure if I missed one on that side. No, okay. Can I offer you the opportunity? Yeah.
Thank you very much. I was feeling for Dinesh there, so I thought let me come up with a question. I hope it is Dinesh, right? Vinesh. Okay. I felt sorry for you. I hope it's a welcome question. But I was actually in the CSIR in a room a couple of months ago, and they had put together a stakeholder engagement session that looked at quite a few mining companies and looking at the reporting requirements that they have, especially where they are exporting, because CBAM has come out quite a lot in the room today, but it isn't only CBAM. I think in terms of sustainability and other reporting requirements, there's a plethora of standards, and I don't think we're at a point globally or in South Africa where we can say that for a South African company, this is the standard, or these are the basic standards that you should be compliant to as a company in the mining sector, or a manufacturer, or someone in the foundry sector supplying raw materials. So in terms of the project that you worked on, can you share an example of how this data could perhaps start to plug into this plethora of reporting and global reporting and compliance standards that local companies are required to adhere to in order to remain in business? That was my question. Thank you, Vinesh.
Thank you very much for that question. So it's a very valid question, right? And everybody's struggling with this because once you have a first mover, there's no real standard to follow. And as we know, even with CBAM, the regulator is changing their mind continuously. So how this project can be an example of that is using a global template, which is what Microsoft Sustainability Manager is trying to create, but even they obviously have to keep optimizing it. But that could be a starting point. But then I think organizations like ISO need to get involved, right, and start putting together internationally accepted standards with the think tanks from all the other organizations. But that obviously will take a number of years once we have sufficient experience. So, but all the lessons that we have learned here can be transferred to others, so they don't need to pay the school fees. And I think, as your mining example quite rightly speaks, we can. That's why my colleagues in the mining part of the business are talking to them is how can we standardize it? That's what the data as a service that we are helping roll out in the mining industry. We'll start to standardize how mines look at their data, so it's then easier to, instead of everybody spending money time and time again reinventing the wheel, we have a template for everybody.
Thanks, Vinesh, for that. You're lucky because I also had questions that I was going to fire at you guys if we didn't get enough. So it's a good thing that I was preempted there. Ladies and gents, I think we've reached the end now. Unless there's anybody with an absolute burning question, I think we're now competing with lunch. There seem to be, yes. Okay, I'll allow that one, and then we can look at wrapping.
Thank you. My question is directed, I think, to Hendrik, but I'm going to via through Davi and Bali. This one is based on the alternative energy that they got for their factory. I just want to understand based on the data information. I'm not sure if the plant is somewhere behind the municipality or in their space, and how do they see the reduction in cost of energy, and what's the visibility then, and how do they do these bilateral agreements between the generator, transmission, and to their factory, and seeing that data? Thank you.
Okay, who's brave enough for that?
I don't think Hendrik has got a plant producing solar. That is why he spoke about a power purchase agreement earlier. The power purchase agreement is what they set up to buy green power over the fence through. It's just a normal accounting practice where you say, I'm feeding this much energy into the grid through a wheeling agreement. You guys in Pietermaritzburg can pull out this much. So it's an accounting practice, basically. So there's no plant per se, but in terms of managing and in terms of making sure that you're monitoring, you also need to know how much green power you're purchasing and feed it into a system. The system, Red Screen, has got off-site renewables section. You click on the off-site renewable section and you can feed that type of information in. Okay.
Can we leave it there? Yeah. Okay, so that was it and concludes it. But before I release you for lunch, I was asked to just make mention. You see the QR code up there. That's one you could utilize. Alternatively, they will be displayed in the foyer area as well when you go out for lunch. Please do play with them. One, I think, has got our carbon footprint on, so we're looking to calculate that for the conference and give feedback. And then the other one, I think, is also a feedback and comments survey as well. So we'd appreciate your participation. It's also a little bit of fun. You learn how to do something different. So with that, I would like to thank the presenters for their presentations and you as the audience, and enjoy lunch. Thanks.